You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday night, 11 p.m., July 22nd, 2022. Welcome. Today we are playing a case from the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective West End Adventures box. And I say box, but I shouldn't say box. It was originally released in 1990, reprinted in 1995, and then a whole new version came out in 2016, I believe it was. And we have both versions. So what we're going to do today is not just play this case. We're going to talk a little bit about the history of this box of cases. And then we're actually going to do some comparison because it wasn't a strict reprinting. It looks like a huge amount of text was rewritten. And we'll talk about why that might be. We'll try to solve this mystery. And so this is going to be a little unusual and possibly painful to watch if you just want to solve the mystery, because we're going to be going back and forth between the versions and use this as an opportunity to sort of peek behind the curtains and solve our own little mystery of these two versions. So I'm going to talk about that and some other things, but first let's just look at these so you know which case you have. If you've bought it recently, you have this box. And this is Jack the Ripper in West End Adventures. So they combined the cases from this original expansion, West End Adventures. 6 cases in this box. They combined those 6 with 4 new ones that make up this Jack the Ripper campaign. Now, I haven't played the West End Adventures. I did play the Jack the Ripper campaign and did not love it. We tried an experiment where we tried to solve the cases while we were bar hopping, and it did not work. But it's a very interesting artistic experiment to do a real world case. And it kind of failed because Jack the Ripper is an unsolved case. It was just frustrating to, you construct a mystery, you make it make sense at the end. Jack the Ripper cases don't make entirely sense, but a very interesting artistic experiment. And the Jack the Ripper cases were written new for this box. And I guess here's our first clue. So Gary Grady and Suzanne Goldberg are the 2 responsible for the original Sherlock Holmes games. These are started in 1981 or so. And there's another person that I don't credit enough. And now I've forgotten his name, which is really a shame. Does someone have the original box? Can remind me? It's Raymond. Is it Raymond Edwards? I never give him credit whenever I credit Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, because he's not credited in the original boxes, or he's not credited in the modern boxes, but he is credited in the original. So we're going to talk about the history of West End Adventures, of this box, where it fits in, and then we'll give some theories as to why the text is different, and we'll look at all that. But before we start, so I'm going to play, the way we've discussed this, Jonathan Warner is in the chat. He's the person who's been playing these mystery games with me for many, many months. Sounds like we could really benefit from some of our other detectives of late, Anna and Steppy and all that, but they're nowhere to be found. We do have a new person joining us today, Paths to Death. Okay, so what was I saying? Oh, right. Okay, so I'm going to be primarily playing with the new version. The only reason for that is Jonathan wants to play with the old version. So Jonathan is going to be going through this one as we read clues and letting us know when there's an interesting difference in a clue. But I will be taking some real time in the beginning and at the end to actually read both intros and cases. So this is going to be painful to listen to, but it'll give us set the stage for how much of a difference we can expect in these cases. I expected them to just reprint it and maybe fix some errors, but it looks like something more has happened here. And we're going to talk more about the history of these boxes and what is known about them and thoughts in a second, but let's just do some housekeeping stuff. If the chat has anything to update me on, you can see I'm wearing my Gen Con online shirt, which was created by Rebecca Minnick. Rebecca and Chad and Michael are the people that I go to Gen Con with, and sometimes Larry, and we'll be going to Gen Con again in a week. If you're going to be there, let me know. Maybe we can meet up, say hello. And Rebecca each year designs us t-shirts for each Gen Con convention, and we all wear them together. So I'm not allowed to have access to my Gen Con shirt because I was given access and I wore it on the channel before I was supposed to. So it got taken away. All right, anything else we need to talk about though? Between videos, I released a new video you can watch on a series. I started a new series which may never have another episode called Kickstarter Nope, where I complained about Kickstarter and Kickstarter paid previews and made the case that you shouldn't back the new Star Realms Rise of Empire game. That was a weird video to do, not exactly fun, but I felt like I was being inundated with all these paid previews saying to back Star Realms Rise of Empire, this new game, and it felt like someone needed to say something like, slow down, you don't have to back every Kickstarter, and Kickstarter's getting out of control with its prices and stuff. So if you haven't seen that, you might want to check it out. It's long, I ramble on for 20 minutes, but you can use timestamps. John says, I've been reading a book about silent horror films. Might work on a little 31 movies in 31 days project. That sounds fun. I should keep better track. Greg keeps track of every movie he watches and when he watches it. I don't have a good history of what movies I've watched, which is a shame. I did rewatch Shin Godzilla recently, which I loved. And I've been rewatching some old classics. I watched from the French New Wave. I watched The 400 Blows again and Breathless, which I don't believe I've seen before. I'm not a huge fan, but I can see some of the influences, especially the way movies end. My favorite kind of movies have these endings that are sort of offbeat. And I don't mean offbeat, I mean off the rhythmic beat in a sense. And I can see some of that probably came from French New Wave movies. And I started watching a movie that Jonathan recommended in the book and movie thread on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel, Call for Two. You can find a link in the community tab. And there's a thread there about books and movies. And Jonathan recommended one called Images, a very weird movie by Robert Altman. And it's odd, but I haven't finished it yet. And we should also mention that a new thread was started in that guild section about the crime dossiers that we've played a bunch of on the channel, and someone has added some new ones. You might want to check that out. Past the Death said he watched The Conjuring movies 1, 2, 3. I think those are too scary for me. Okay, what else should we talk about? I want to talk about a couple other things. We've been playing these play-by-mail games once a week. We've tried to, but once again, the replies are delayed. It's been over a week since we submitted our last moves. So we can't figure out, it doesn't seem like we can make a reliable weekly schedule to play those because they don't arrive back in a timely fashion, which is really unfortunate. That seems like that would be a real complaint that I would have before recommending these, that you couldn't get together with a group at a regular time unless you made it like every 2 weeks, which is really pushing it. Okay, what else? One of the things I've been itching to do is to open up Seafall, which was a sort of the Heaven's Gate movie of board games. It was super anticipated. Everyone was super excited at this legacy game by Rob Daviau, and it sort of fell flat. Everyone agreed it was not so good, and most groups didn't finish playing it. And I've been meaning to open it up and just read through it for a couple hours and look at it and look at what the game design ideas were and the legacy stuff. So I'll probably do that pretty soon. I don't know if anyone will want to watch it, but I'll do it anyway. I guess that's all I have to say to catch up. Shall we get into this now? Okay. I have the map in front of me from the red box, from the Jack the Ripper and West End Adventures. So this is the new map. And I'm going to open up the green box here and we'll start comparing. So let me just show you what the original Sherlock Holmes map looked like. This is from 1982. You can see it's actually substantially bigger than the new reprint maps. Not nearly as nice to look at, but quite clear. The text is a little harder to read. It's oriented in different directions. And it's using this typewriter font. And so we're going to keep playing with the modern map. The modern map is identical in all of the modern reprints, and it's essentially identical to the original map in terms of numbers and names. Almost identical, but identical for all intents and purposes, so that you can use the new maps. There are an occasional, I've only found one difference, and we've actually hit on it when we played at one point, but there are probably a couple others. This one here, in the original, is called Smithfield Market. And here in the new version, it's called Spitalfields Market. Don't think there's any real reason for that. Maybe just a translation error. I haven't found others, but it wouldn't be surprising if there were, but none that are important, I don't believe. All right, so we're not going to need this map from the green box, which is the same map that you'll find in the other Sherlock Holmes originals. All right, let's talk about the West End Adventures, this box. This was the fourth Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective release from Sleuth Publications, the original company in San Francisco by Gary Grady and Suzanne Goldberg. The first was the base game of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. You can see there they are in order. That's not the oldest original version. I have that in a spiral binder, but that was the original 10 cases. Then came the Mansion Murders, which was sort of volume 2, they called it. Then volume 3 was Queen's Park, which is pretty big, giant campaign thing that we haven't finished. Then Adventures in Gaslight, which we did play on this channel over the course of 40-something hours. That was pretty amazing. So those are, there you go, volume 1, volume 2, volume 3, volume 4, and then West End Adventures was the last volume that they released before the company went under, disappeared. West End Adventures originally came out in 1990 or so, and this version is by Chessex in 1995. I think you could have gotten the 1990 version in a deluxe version in a 8.5 by 11 3-hole punch. So the original game used to come in a 3-ring binder, and you would slot in, if you bought the new deluxe versions, you would slot them into that notebook. This one is standalone little booklets, and we'll take a look at those. But before we do, well, let's look at what would be at the back of this box. Here would be the advert for West End Adventures that would come at the back of the box. Let's read it. This is the original, remember, 1990. 1995. West End Adventures follows in the footsteps of the award-winning Sherlock Holmes consulting detective and contains a series of mystery cases that will challenge your investigative skills. You will enter the Victorian world of Sherlock Holmes and help him solve a number of baffling cases. The West End of London is known for its mansions, museums, and theaters. It is where the elite of British society live and play, but beneath that respectable facade is a world of hidden secrets, financial scandals, and murder. It is up to you to piece together the clues, interviews, and evidence and solve the case. You will meet the Prince of Wales and try to rescue his honor and save the very institution of monarchy. Why was the young Charlie Chaplin's brother Sidney accused of murdering Sherlock Holmes? Who is responsible for the murders of several prominent West End alienists? When a Transylvania count is found murdered, stabbed through the heart, lying in an open coffin as the sun comes up, well, ... And what of the young man who was murdered on the doorstep of 221 Baker Street? Was he coming to consult with the world's greatest consulting detective? These are just some of the mysteries waiting to be solved in the streets of London's West End. Comes with a map, a London directory, rules, casebook, clue book, newspaper archive. It's a freestanding supplement to the award-winning consulting detective. Also available as freestanding supplements are Queen's Park, Adventures by Gaslight, and Mansion Murders. Those are the ones we just talked about. Okay, now let's go back a little bit in time and let's look at, to get more insight into the history of this game, let's look at the Sleuth Times. Now, the Sleuth Times was a little zine that this company put out. It contained their sort of catalog for games and stories about Sherlock Holmes, Holmesian lore, and old Victorian England. It came out in 4 volumes. A couple episodes per volume, couple issues per volume. I believe that the last issue was volume 4, number 3, which I believe came out around 1990. So around the time of West End Adventures, and then it stopped. So I don't have volume 4, number 3. I have volume 4, 2, the penultimate issue. And then I have a couple scans from the last volume. We're going to take a look at these. All right, we don't need volume 2. We don't need this one, but we do need these 2. So here are the last 2 issues of Sleuth Times that came out. And let's take a look at these and see some interesting things. Okay, so here is, this would have been 1989. Now I want you to look at, I want us to look at this for a second. So here was the letter from the editor that you find in most of these things. So here's look what he says here. The main project on the drawing board is the infamous East End Adventures. It will contain 10 cases that will take Holmes into the twisting streets and alleys of London's notorious East End. At last, we will find out the true story behind the giant rat of Sumatra, reveal the hideous secret of Dr. Cream, confront Parker the Garroter, and of course resolve the repulsive story of the Red Leech. We are planning a release date of March. Okay, East End Adventures is a rumored set that never got released. No one knows if any drafts exist of this, how far along it got developed. There are a couple Board Game Geek threads. I don't know if there's any, there's one that mentions East End Adventures. But if anyone wants to really do some mystery solving, you could try to see if you could get some original documents from Sleuth Publications. Now, we believe Gary Grady died and married Suzanne Goldberg. Suzanne Goldberg may still be alive somewhere. She may have these original things. Okay, so East End Adventures never came out. This is the only tease about it that I know. And then here's another tease for a Gumshoe expansion. Gumshoe is on the shelf behind me somewhere. It's off camera there. That's the giant epic hard-boiled detective in the 1930s game released in '86 that we played through based on Sherlock Holmes' system. So again, here's more discussion of this Chinatown expansion that likewise, similar to East End Adventures, was never released, never seen, and never heard about again. We don't know how far along these are. This discussion of the East End games looks like they figured out what cases are going to be in it, at least some of them. I also want to point out this. Look at this. Here's an advertisement for a crime dossier book, A Study in Scarlet. We have this. We're going to play this at some point. It's a retelling of a Sherlock Holmes game, Study in Scarlet, but with actual evidence in the book. And we'll take a look at that when we come to play it at some point. All right, I don't think there's anything more in this issue. Remember, this is the second to last issue they ever published. This would have been in 1989. Here's an advertisement for Adventures by Gaslight and the other expansions. There's the base game. There's Mansion Murders. And here's Queen's Park. And then I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else in this one that's relevant to us. All right, now let's look at a couple scans from the last episode of Sleuth Times, which I believe would have been 1990. It's possible it was instead in 1989. Okay, I only have a couple of scans that I've got. Here's an advertisement for Gumshoe. That's not important. We have Gumshoe. Okay, let's look at the letter from the editor here. And I want to direct your attention to here. Now, even though the East End was teased in the last episode, let's see, let's zoom in here. Here, he's finally talking about West End Adventures. Remember, this is the last edition that was ever published before the company stopped. He says, "We are putting the final touches on the West End Adventures," see page 25. "We are very pleased with these 10 new consulting detective cases." Now, pay attention to this word 10 here. "And hope the mysteries will provide a few surprises for you. A number of you have called hoping West End Adventures would be available for the holidays. We're hard at work on it, but mid-January is more realistic. For those who would like to give the game as a gift, you can send in. They'll send someone a card telling them it's coming out." And then here he talks about East End cases again. "East End murder cases are written. The game should be available by the end of next summer." So here they're saying the East End cases are all written. Very intriguing. Okay, let's jump to page 25 and look what we see, an advertisement for West End Adventures. The only advertisement that I know of for West End Adventures. 10 new mysteries to challenge your detecting abilities as you join Sherlock Holmes in the West End Adventures. And then it lists the 10 adventures. Strange Case of Dr. Goldfire, Murder of Sherlock Holmes, Case of General Reckoning, Death of a Transylvanian Count, Case of the Monkey's Key, Seance at Greystoke Mansion, Simple Case of Murder, the Case of the Brummagans Body Snatchers, and the Case of the Devil's Skull. And you can order a deluxe version later. Okay, now, here's what's a bit confusing. The original had 10 cases, the reprints have 10 cases, but there aren't 10 cases in the box. The actual box that got produced and came out does not have 10 cases. And the reprint, the Jack the Ripper and West End Adventures, likewise does not have 10 West End Adventure cases. It has 6 West End Adventure cases and 4 Jack the Ripper cases. And the original green box here, which we'll take a look at in more detail, but let's just look at it. The original green box has 6 cases. So let's look. What's missing? What never got released? Strange Case of Dr. Goldfire. In fact, let's bring up. They're not listed here, but they are listed in booklets. So let's get out the new booklets for the West End Adventures. So see if we can solve this mystery a little bit. Okay, so here we are. Here's the new set that we're going to be playing through from this box. Okay. Strange Case of Dr. Goldfire in the original was listed as The Strange Case of Dr. Goldfire. In the new version, it's just called Dr. Goldfire. Okay, next up, Case 2 in the new box is called The Murder of Sherlock Holmes, Murder of Sherlock Holmes, Murder of Sherlock Holmes. Okay, next up. The next case in the new box is called A Question of Identity. In the green box, it's called A Case of Identity. In the advertisement, it's called A Case of General Reckoning. However, it's clear from reading the description an undiscovered body is found on the steps that this is actually the same thing. So 1, 2, 3, this is just renamed. For some reason in the advertisements they called it A Case of General Reckoning, but in the game they called it A Case of Identity. Okay, fourth case is Death of a Transylvanian Count, Death of a Transylvanian Count, the Death of a Transylvania Count. Okay, everything's the same, 1 through 4, just a rename. Now the next case is the Savage Club. The next case in the box is the Savage Club, but what's happened? Where are we? Where is the Savage Club? It doesn't appear to be the case of the Monkey's Key. Well, let's just jump ahead. Simple Case of Murder is down here, and Simple Case of Murder is here. Okay, so we've got Simple Case of Murder. So here's what we're missing. Monkey's Key, Seance at Greystoke Mansion, Case of the Brummagem Body Snatchers, and the Case of the Devil's Skull. Those 4 cases, Monkey, Seance, Brummagem, and Devil's Skull, are nowhere to be found here. However, the Royal Hugger Mugger at the Savage Club, and this one's called the Savage Club, is that one of these that got renamed? I'm not sure. Without reading them, it's hard to know which one of these it is. World of Spiritualism, Murder's Return to the Scene to Steal His Victims' Bodies, Birthday Gift. If we looked at the introduction, we could probably... Yes, Richard Savage. Okay. Oh no, that doesn't help us. I'm not sure which case it is. Well, it's one of these cases, and the other four are missing. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, it's more tricky than that. 10 new mysteries, but only 9 are listed here. So there's a 10th case not listed in the advert. There's 5 cases that are clearly the same as these. And then there's 4 more cases listed here. One of them is probably this one, but I don't know which one it is. We could probably figure it out if we really read this introduction, but maybe it's not important. Okay, but you can see there's a mystery going on already. Adverts 10 cases, it lists 9, when it actually releases only 6 in the box. But same 6 in the reprint as in the original, at least. Strange, very strange. Maybe they decided they weren't good enough. Maybe they decided we don't have time to polish them up. Don't know. And East End Adventures, which they claim are written, were they really written? We don't know. All right. We're still doing fine on time. Let's look at so we've got the map from the new version. Here are the booklets from the new version. This is the Space Cowboys version from 2016 or so. You can see the production qualities of the new version are quite high. They're quite beautiful. And you can see one of the changes that they did, a welcome change. Jonathan Warner also reminds me the Savage Club could be the unlisted one. That's true. Okay, so in the new reprints of all the Sherlock Holmes games, each case is self-contained in its own little booklet with the introduction, the introduction and the clues and the answers and the epilogue solution. In the original Sherlock Holmes, that's not quite how they did it. The way they would do it in the original is they would have 2 books like this. Whatever version of the originals in the 80s or so, whatever module you got, all had this same format. There's a case book with introductions to the cases and questions and solutions, and then those were all cases are in one little booklet. And then the clues are all the cases are in one little booklet. And in addition, in this clue book is the introductory lecture, which introduces you to the Allies. And maybe we'll look at that in a second. And we'll look at actually a difference between the Ally list in the old and new version. Okay, so there you have it. Here's the strange case of Dr. Goldfire, which we're going to be playing. And then all the clues for that are in this book. Jonathan Warner is going to be using this book to look up clues, while we use this book to look up clues. All right. The Sleuth publications also had a lot more little quotes from actual Sherlock Holmes sprinkled all over. We saw these in Adventures by Gaslight. Okay, so when we play this, we're actually going to read the introduction in both the old and new, which is going to be painful, but I want us to get a feel for how much the quantity of text that's changed and maybe a feel for the flavor of it. Okay, we don't need the rest of these cases from the new box. So I'm going to be playing from the new box, so I need the new London directory. You'll remember what they did with the reprints is they've got an initial section that's by name, and then a second section at the end, which is sort of organized by business. If we look at the directory in the old box, what we see is just organized in one section alphabetically. Commercial stuff incorporated in, but by category, but just sprinkled in. So booksellers are all together here, banks are all together here. So it's not that much different, organized slightly differently. Okay. Jonathan may have to refer to this version when looking up stuff, but they should be both the same. Okay, and then another difference in structure was the newspapers. Here's how the original Sherlock Holmes games had newspapers, all bound in one booklet. And so we're going to be playing with the September 3rd newspaper, and I just want to note that it's 1 page, 2 page, 3 page, 4 8.5 by 11 pages for this first newspaper. And we're going to see there are changes to the newspaper as well, which is kind of shocking to me. All right, so let's just organize what we need here. So we don't need these, but we do need the paper. The new version, the paper are these large newspaper-like things, double-sided. Okay, so we don't need these. I can put these aside. We will need this paper and clue booklet. This is what we're going to be playing. Here's our modern reprint version that we're going to be playing. And then here's Jonathan's version that he's going to be playing. And he'll tell us when something's interesting enough to look up here. But for the most part, we'll set it aside. Although, as I said, we're going to read the introductions. I see we're going to have a tight table space here, but I'll get my notebook here. Okay. Anything we need to do before we read some introductions here? Anything else I haven't covered about these differences and releases that I want to say? So I'm going to give you my theory as to what happened here. We're going to see that there are that it almost feels like these cases were rewritten when they did this reprint. And that's bizarre because there's a huge amount of work that went into writing these cases and writing this text. And this is not like translating the text of a board game. This is like translating the text of a book. The quality of the translation is very important to the enjoyment of this. And it's a very odd situation that they would rewrite stuff. And in fact, when we look in the newspaper, they change stories. I don't know quite how to explain that. But I have a theory about why we're going to see so much different text. And before we get to that theory, I should say that this box of cases is generally regarded as the least successful of the Sherlock Holmes boxes, which makes sense. It was the last one they made, and probably they were sort of running on empty, and the company was hemorrhaging money or whatever. That was leading them to close down. So there have been some real complaints about some of these cases, which we may encounter. But that doesn't explain why, when this was reprinted by Space Cowboys, why so much of the text is different. So I'm going to give you my theory as to what happened. And that is this. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective was released in 1981, 1982. It got quite famous. And it got translated into lots of different languages. And it won Spiel des Jahres in Germany for Best Board Game at some point. And the French loved it. Loved Sherlock Holmes, and they loved this system. And in fact, one of our favorite boxes Adventures by Gaslight was actually written as a sort of fan case by a French couple and then translated into English. Space Cowboys, which is responsible for all the recent reprints, is a French company. So Space Cowboys, oh, nothing on the back here. Space Cowboys is a French company. What I suspect happened, oh, here's the slipcase. So Space Cowboys is, you can see here, it's French company, published originally in France. I suspect that what happened was that when they decided to reprint it, they started out by translating it to French, or it was originally translated into French back in the 90s. And that Space Cowboys took that French translation as their base, as their starting point, maybe tweaked up some of the clues to fix some of the cases, and then decided that it was more straightforward to go from their French translated modified version to hire a translator to translate that version back to English. And so what we've got here is a game written in English, translated at some point into French, then tweaked, and then independently translated from French back to English. And so that's where we get all of these changes, I believe. And one other little bit of trivia that's interesting in the rule book for this is that if you look at the credits, it says English translation Eric Harlow. There you go. There's our evidence again that they've gone from French to English rather than started with the English base. But then also, and then here's some rewriting. Okay, that would be of the fixing of cases, I guess. And then look at this. English revision, Eric Franklin, gaming rules, and Space Cowboys. Well, gaming rules, you'll know, is a YouTube channel by Paul Grogan, or Grogan, however you pronounce his name, a very well-known, well-respected YouTube channel. And Paul loved Sherlock Holmes consulting detectives, and it turns out he was actually involved in doing some of the revision on this box. So maybe he could fill us in on some of those mysteries. So lots of little mini mysteries involving this box of cases. All right, so here's what we'll do. We'll take a 5-minute break, and then I will read the introduction from both cases. It's a long to read, but I want us to read them both as our way of seeing how much of the text has changed in style, in flavor. I know it's a bit painful. And then we'll go through the newspapers and we'll see there are stories in one edition that aren't in the other, which to me is bizarre because it's not even a translation issue then. It's something else entirely. And then we'll get into playing the case. And when we're actually playing, I'm not going to be looking up every clue in both books. We'll just do that when Jonathan says there's something interesting. But there are some more surprises for us in store. Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and we'll read the introductions and get started. If you're planning on playing this yourself, this will be a good time to leave. You can come back and watch it when you're done. And I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back and we're going to get started in. Jonathan was reminding me that there's an intro, there's a little preface in the case book in the old version. Well, let's read that. Let's read this little preface together. From the years 1894 to 1901 inclusive, Mr. Sherlock Holmes was a very busy man. It is safe to say that there was no public case of any complexity in which he was not consulted during those 8 years. And there were hundreds of private cases, some of them of the most intricate and extraordinary character, in which he played a prominent part. John H. Watson, M.D. This is from Arthur Conan Doyle, quote, from the Sherlock Holmes books. As the 19th century came to a close, the sun was setting on the Victorian period and rising on the Edwardian. Holmes was in his mid-40s, and his abilities were recognized by not only the official police, but by the public at large. Watson, no longer in medical practice, had moved back into the Baker Street digs after the death of his wife, Mary Morstan, and was busy writing up those cases his friend would allow. Wiggins, now living the precarious life of an actor, was just approaching 30 and still helping out his mentor and friend Sherlock Holmes. The cases presented here are from the diaries of Wiggins and have never before been presented to the public. There's a little thing. So that's in the preface of the cases, and actually we find the equivalent text in the rule book for the new box. So remember, the new box breaks each case into its own thing, and it looks like the equivalent text here is in the introduction. So let's read this. Welcome to the streets of London in the Victorian era. The fog is spreading, crime runs rampant, and you, one of the Baker Street irregulars, are here to lead the investigation. In A Study in Scarlet, Watson introduces the Baker Street Police section to us for the first time. The group of half a dozen of the dirtiest and most ragged street urchins that I have ever clapped eyes on, under the leadership of Wiggins, was a most precious help to Sherlock Holmes, to whom they were the eyes and the ears of the streets of London. As early as 1888, in the Sign of Four, Wiggins had become a young man, and his group of Baker Street irregulars had doubled. They go everywhere, see everything, hear all that is said, declared Holmes. Wiggins had become a vital collaborator to the world's greatest consulting detective. Holmes' career in Baker Street lasted some 22 years. The number of cases he had to solve grew at the same speed as his reputation. After Watson's first marriage in November 1886, Holmes relied increasingly on the help of the Baker Street irregulars. During the years in which Holmes was absent, from 1892 to 1894, it was Wiggins who was then attempting to become an actor, who kept Mycroft Holmes informed of the criminal underworld's activities in London. Mycroft, who had frequent contact with his brother, would pass this information on to Sherlock. Wiggins continued to collaborate with Holmes throughout the 1890s and during the first few years of the following century. His talents as an actor, which he had learned mostly from Holmes, helped him move easily through the various layers of London society. Upon Wiggins' death in 1939, his journal, which spoke of the many cases on which he had worked with Holmes, was found. You'll find in this book excerpts from that journal. Completely different, right? But I believe that's the equivalent text for that, because let me just make sure that that's not... I just want to make sure that that's not from the rules of the original. Yeah. The rules from the original just say, welcome to the streets of Victorian London. Fog is rolling in, murders in the air. You, as one of the Baker Street irregulars, are out to solve the crime. Wander the opium den beneath the bar of gold. Beware, there may be Colonel Sebastian Moran lurking in the corner. Be on the lookout for the giant rat of Sumatra as you roam the docks of London. Help Sherlock Holmes keep the empire safe from the forces of evil. That's it. So no more stories. So the introduction to the new booklet had a different introduction than the preface. Let's see if that continues on. Let's read the introduction in the new book. It looks like Brian from Game Brigade has joined us. And Brian likes to come in late and say what's happening, although it's better, it's at least he's coming in the first hour. Okay, we're going to read now, but it's good to have him here. Okay, we're going to read the introduction twice. We're going to read it from the new case, and then we're going to go back and read it from the original and see how much has changed. Remember how we think this got made. It went from English to French, and then French worked on it and then translated back. By the way, speaking of translating from English to French and back again, many decades ago, I wrote a program called Translator Boomerang. Translator Boomerang. You can still find it on the donationcoder.com website at some point. At one point, it was used quite a bit, but at least 15 years ago. And the whole point of this program was to automate the translating in a chain of languages and back again to see what kind of results you would get. So it used Google Translate. You would type in some text. You would select which languages you wanted it to go through. So if you clicked French and Spanish and Egyptian, it would translate it from English to French, then from French to Spanish, Spanish to Egyptian, and then back again into English. And you could configure it to do multiple cycles of this and see what kind of poetic craziness you would get. And it was actually quite fascinating to see some of the results. You could find forum posts about that and examples on the Donation Coder website. It stopped working at some point when Google Translate decided after many years that they didn't like people being able to use that service. You could still do it, but it was difficult to access the web pages from that software program. Translator Boomerang, or Google Translator Boomerang, was the name of that program. All right, here we go. West End, fifth case. Remember, this is the first case of the West End Adventures, skipping the Jack the Ripper cases. Dr. Goldfire, Monday, September 12th, 1898. We join Wiggins, Holmes, and Watson for an evening of relaxation and newspaper reading. It's been an hour since 221B Baker Street went as quiet as the Diogenes Club when Holmes leaps out of his seat and heads to his tobacco pouch near the chimney. Miss Hudson enters as Holmes is stuffing his pipe. "Dr. Watson, there's a gentleman here for you." She hands him the visitor's card. "G. Taubman Goldfire," Watson exclaims. "Show him in, please, Miss Hudson." A few moments later, a tall and slim man with a diaphanous skin is led into the room. I'm not sure what diaphanous skin is. Can someone look up diaphanous? Diaphanous skin is led into the room. His slimness is accented by the cut of his redingote and his tight trousers. I don't know what a redingote is either. He responds to Watson's enthusiasm with a polite nod of his head. "Hello, John," he says with a high-pitched voice. "I was actually thinking about you yesterday while reading your article on cerebral fever in The Lancet. Your analysis is brilliant, Dr. Goldfire, as is your career. But we were all convinced of that as far back as the university." G. Taubman Goldfire doesn't seem embarrassed by Watson's praise. Quite the opposite. He takes it as his normal due. "Holmes, this is Dr. Taubman Goldfire. We attended medical school together, but he's by far the most famous student of our class. We see his name everywhere." "I must admit, John, that I also see your name quite frequently since you've started your career as Sherlock Holmes's publicist." Taubman Goldfire's voice is rather high-pitched, but contained and without emotion. "It is also my reason for visiting. I need your help, or rather, should I say, I need Mr. Sherlock Holmes." Holmes, who spent the entire length of the dialogue standing in front of the chimney drawing on his clay pipe, then addresses our guest. "I am Sherlock Holmes, and I would be glad to listen to your request." Holmes invites Taubman Goldfire to be seated on an armchair, while Watson takes care of his coat and cane. Once settled, Goldfire observes the room and his gaze stops on us. "This is a case which requires great discretion," declares Goldfire. "All of the cases I take care of are treated as such, Dr. Goldfire. Mr. Wiggins and his companions are a precious help to me, and their assistance has proved to be vital in a number of my investigations. Just as you need nurses in your field, I need assistance in mine." Jonathan says diaphanous is light, delicate, and translucent. Okay. Dr. Goldfire accepts Holmes's statement without flinching and then, ignoring us, says, "As you may know, I'm not a general practitioner. I'm specialized in cerebral illnesses and am part of teams in many hospitals around London. My hospital of choice is, however, the Bethlehem Asylum. I've spent my life studying the human mind, and as John could tell you, my reputation in my domain is equal to yours in matters of criminal affairs. Mr. Holmes, we both deal with sick minds in our respective professions. I deal with so-called criminally insane brains, no matter what their behavior, while you take care of socially unacceptable behaviors." Taubman Goldfire's voice has taken on the tone of a professor lecturing students. "I've devised a number of procedures allowing me to identify mental troubles in people of normal appearance. A large number, even. Dr. Goldfire, I'm not familiar with your theories, and I'd gladly talk with you at length about them, but you said you had an urgent affair of extreme importance. Tell me more, and I'll be able to ask the questions which will allow us to resolve your problem." Dr. Goldfire's face reddens slightly as he takes a deep breath, thus giving himself the time to find a certain serenity once again. "It would seem, Mr. Holmes, that an attempt was made on my life, and I fear that another attempt shall be made soon." That is sufficiently clear, Doctor. Do you know who could want you dead? Yes and no. I can give you a list of suspects, and I know that one of them wants me to meet a tragic end. Can you describe what happened, Doctor? Asks Holmes, without moving from his relaxed position. Being single, I dine out at the Carlton most of the time. 2 nights ago, I was leaving the restaurant when a gunshot barely missed me. It was no accident, of that I'm sure. You must believe me, I know that one of them wants to kill me. How did you come up with your list of suspects? Inquires Holmes. Using my methods. Dr. Goldfire removes a sheet of paper from the pocket of his coat. I've studied the theory of the subconscious and subjected it to a rigorous analysis. I've been able to draw up a series of questions, the answers to which reveal the unconscious thoughts of the interrogated person without them realizing it. From there, it's possible to deduce their future actions. What a brilliant theory, Taubman, says Watson, his voice full of excitement. I didn't know you were working on that subject. With colleagues from the continent, we've been studying the subconscious and its importance in our actions for many years. But we're straying from the topic. No matter how I've managed to compile that list, it definitely contains the one who wants me dead. The last sentence contains an emotion until then absent from Dr. Goldfire's voice. Doesn't it, Mr. Holmes? Yes, Holmes replies somewhat dismissively. If the man who wants you dead is on that list, then I no longer need you. Could I see it? Dr. Goldfire hands his list to Holmes. You'll take the case? I'll take care of it. That's all I could ask for. Dr. Goldfire leaps from his seat and turns to Watson. It's been a pleasure seeing you again, John. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again and talk about the good old days. I'd love that, Taubman. I'm sure that this business is no more than a terrible misunderstanding, but you can relax now, and the case is in Holmes's hands. I'll try, says Dr. Goldfire. After a brief nod towards Holmes, he leaves the room, still ignoring us. What do you think of that, Holmes? Asks Watson as we retake our respective seats. This list, Watson, contains the most famous names from the medical field in London. My criminal archives aren't free of doctors. Some of them are even among some of the most brilliant criminal minds one could find in the history of crime. Holmes hands him the list. Watson looks it over and lets out a long whistle, like an overheated kettle, before handing it to us. I don't know, says Wiggins. He seems rather cold, and his story's rather unbelievable. The fact that one of these doctors is a murderer in disguise might be no more than the fruit of his imagination. What you've just seen, Wiggins, was a warm Goldfire. Back when we were in that faculty, he'd talk to no one. It's the first time he's talked to me using my actual name. He used to call me Wharton. I'm not important enough to his eyes for him to use my name correctly. But I think if someone wants to kill him, you can take his word for it. Very well, gentlemen, says Holmes. I've told you many times that one shouldn't elaborate theories before having solid information. The doctor has given us the beginning of a lead. We should refrain from judging G. Taubman Goldfire before having spoken to these people and followed all of the leads. Let's have a toast to this new client and to the case he's brought us. Holmes goes to the buffet and brings back a bottle of port, of which he pours each of us a glass. As we sip our drinks, Holmes gazes out the window. The fog is rising quickly, my friends. I think we can push back the start of our investigations until tomorrow, Wiggins. And it says, this is the first independent case after the Jack the Ripper campaign. Only take a single newspaper. So we take the paper, which is from the next morning when they start their case, the Police News of September 13th. And here's the list that he's given us. Dr. Henry Gray at Middlesex Hospital, Dr. Gibilsko, or I can't actually, Gibilsko it looks like, at 46 Tower Street, Dr. Pretorius at Bethlehem Asylum, where this guy works, and Sir Charles Hale at St. George's Hospital. Okay, so that's it. He's given us the list, and then the clues start. All right, so that was the introduction from the new version. Well written. English sounds good. Doesn't stand out as being translated in any wonky way. Now let's read the introduction from the original and see if it's any different. If we'll remember if it's any different. The summer of '98 had been a busy one for Sherlock Holmes, the world's first consulting detective. So when the first 2 weeks of September brought only the change of season and no new cases, Holmes retreated not into the numbing effects of cocaine, but into the wooded recesses of Regent's Park for long afternoon walks. If he returned from these walks not in a joyous mood, at least he had only sunk into melancholy, a mood not out of place with the coming of winter and the strange case that follows. We have joined Wiggins, Holmes, and Watson for a relaxing evening of newspaper reading. For the past hour, 221B Baker Street has been as quiet as the Diogenes Club, but Holmes abruptly brings conversation back to our sociality. You know, Watson, there's a ghoulish side to my chosen profession, says Holmes as he tosses today's Times onto the pile of papers that surrounds his settee. I have just gone through 6 newspapers and have found no crimes worthy of my abilities, and I feel let down. I find myself depressed that none of my fellow Londoners has been murdered, kidnapped, or robbed of some valuable family heirloom. It's a sad day, Watson, when a man laments the well-being of his fellow citizens. So completely different, right? None of this was in the new version. Come now, Holmes, soon a case will turn up that can only be solved by your unique talents, and you will once again receive the applause of your fellow citizens. Watson has put down his own reading to respond to Holmes. Watson, Watson, it is not for applause that I work. Your stories in the Strand have given me more notoriety than I would wish. It is the challenge that I need, the mental stimulation. Holmes jumps from the settee on which he has been lounging and moves to the fireplace and the stimulation of tobacco. As Holmes fills his pipe, Miss Hudson enters. There's a gentleman to see you here, Dr. Watson. She hands Watson the caller's card. G. Taubman Goldfire, cries Watson. Show him up, please, Miss Hudson. A moment later, a tall, thin man whose skin color can best be described as colorless is shown into the room. His thinness is emphasized by the cut of his frock coat and his tightly tailored pants. He responds to Watson's enthusiastic greeting with only a conservative nod of his head and a high-pitched, "Hello, John." I was thinking of you only yesterday as I was reading your article on brain fever in the latest issue of the Lancet. Your career has been brilliant, Taubman, brilliant, but everyone at school knew it would be. G. Taubman Goldfire does not seem to be embarrassed by Watson's praise. On the contrary, he seems to accept it as his due. Holmes, this is Dr. Taubman Goldfire. We were at medical school together, but I must say he has become the most famous alumnus of my class. His name is everywhere. I must admit, John, that I see your name prominently displayed now that you have started publicizing the career of Sherlock Holmes. Taubman Goldfire's voice is extremely high-pitched, but well modulated and without emotion. That is the reason I am here. I need your help, or should I say that of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Holmes, who all this time has been standing in front of the fireplace puffing on his clay pipe, now addresses his guest. I am Sherlock Holmes and will be happy to hear your request. Holmes motions Taubman Goldfire into an empty seat while Watson relieves him of his hat and cane. Once settled, Goldfire looks over the room, his eyes falling on us. This matter must be handled with discretion, states Goldfire. All cases handled by me are handled with discretion, Dr. Goldfire. Mr. Wiggins and his associates are valuable aides of mine, and their help has been indispensable in many of my cases. As your profession needs nurses and other staff, so mine also requires assistance. Dr. Goldfire accepts this statement without any comment or emotional display and returns to ignoring us. What I am about to tell you must not leave this room. I do not work for the police, for the official police. If I take your case, you will be assured that what you divulge will be as safe with me as with yourself. Watson only chronicles the cases that will injure none of the parties involved. If you know Watson, you know a man of discretion. Please, Dr. Goldfire, continue. During his explanation, Holmes has returned to the settee where he now settles with his head back and his eyes closed, only the billowing smoke from his pipe indicating his wakefulness. As you know, I am not in general practice. I am a doctor specializing in disorders of the brain, and I am on the staff of a number of London hospitals, but my main research is done at the Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum. I have devoted my life to studying the human mind, and as John can tell you, have built as much of a reputation in my profession as you have in yours, Mr. Holmes. In both our professions, we deal with the criminal mind, I with the so-called criminally insane, no matter what their behavior. You, on the other hand, are concerned only when their behavior becomes socially unacceptable. Taubman Goldfire's high-pitched voice has taken on the tone of a headmaster addressing his students. I have developed a number of testing procedures that enable me to recognize mental disorders in seemingly normal personalities. You see, quite a number... Dr. Goldfire, I am not familiar with your theories and would like to discuss them with you at length, but you said you had an urgent problem of great importance. If you will tell me what the problem is, I will be able to ask you the pertinent questions. Holmes makes this statement while still reclined on the settee with his eyes closed, but during this interruption his pipe has gone out. After a few futile attempts to get it started, he shoves it into the pocket of his mouse-colored dressing gown. Please continue, Doctor. Dr. Goldfire's face turns slightly red as he takes a deep breath and a moment to compose himself. The fact is, Mr. Holmes, an attempt has been made upon my life, and I fear another will soon follow. That is stating it clearly enough, Doctor. Do you have any idea who is trying to kill you? Yes and no. I can give you a list of suspects, and I know one of those on this list is the one who wants me dead. Describe the attempt, if you please, Doctor, Holmes asks from his relaxed position. Well, being a bachelor, I dine most evenings at the Carlton. 4 nights ago, As I was leaving the club, someone tried to assassinate me. A rifle shot barely missed me. It was no accident, I can assure you. You must take my word for it. I know someone is trying to kill me. How did you arrive at your list of suspects? Asks Holmes. By testing. Dr. Goldfire reaches into his coat pocket and removes a sheet of paper. I have taken the theory of the unconscious and subjected it to a rigorous analysis and have come up with a series of questions, the answers to which will, without the subject's awareness, reveal what is in his unconscious. From that we can infer what his actions will be. That's a brilliant theory, Taubman, says Watson, with more than a trace of excitement in his voice. I didn't know you were working in this area. Well, for years, I and a few colleagues on the continent have been studying the unconscious, and believe that it plays an important part in controlling man's actions. But I do not wish to digress. It is not important how I arrived at these suspects, but only that I am sure that one of them wants me dead. This last statement carries with it a degree of emotion hitherto absent from Dr. Goldfire's voice. Am I right, Mr. Holmes? Yes. If the man who wants you dead is on that list, then that is all that concerns me. May I see the list? Dr. Goldfire hands the list to Holmes. Then you will take my case? And he gives us the list. Dr. Henry Gray, Middlesex Hospital. Dr. something, Tower Street. Dr. Pretorius, and Sir Charles Hale. They're all the same. I still have trouble reading this second one. Dr. Giblisco, whatever. Okay. I will look into it. Well, that's all I ask. Dr. Goldfire springs from his seat and addresses Watson. It has been good to see you again, John. I hope we will have the chance to get together and talk over old times. Well, I would like that, Taubman. I'm sure this affair will turn out to be all a misunderstanding, but you can rest easy knowing the case is in Holmes's hand. I hope so, says Dr. Goldfire as he exits the room after a slight nod to Holmes and nothing to us. What do you make of it, Holmes? Asks Watson as we resume our pre-Goldfire seats. This list, Watson, is a who's who of the London medical profession. I must admit that my criminal files are not devoid of doctors. In fact, they have been responsible for some of the most brilliant criminal minds to be found in the annals of crime. Holmes hands the list to Watson, who looks it over and responds with nothing but a sustained whistle, like that of an overheated tea kettle. He passes the list to us. I don't know, says Wiggins. He seems like a cold duck. And his story sounds a little crazy to me. Maybe it's only in his mind that these doctors want to kill him. What you just saw, Wiggins, was a warm version of Taubman Goldfire. In school, he looked down his nose at everyone. Why, that was the first time he ever called me by my Christian name. He used to call me Wharton. I wasn't important enough to worry about my correct name, but if he says someone's out to kill him, I think you can accept his word. Well, gentlemen, says Holmes, I have said many times not to theorize until you have data. The doctor has given us something to work on. We should withhold judgment on G. Taubman Goldfire until after we have talked to these doctors and followed out the leads. Now let's drink to our new client and the case he has brought us. Holmes goes to the sideboard and pours us each a glass of blood-red port. As we sip our drinks, Holmes peers out the window. The fog is rolling in with alacrity, my friends. I believe tomorrow will be soon enough to begin our investigations, Wiggins. So there you have it. 2 introductions, basically the same, but the text is absolutely different, with different little flavors and finesses and wording. And some different sections, like details change. One guy says, in the old one, he says he was shot, a rifle shot barely missed me. And here, gunshot barely missed me. Names and locations are the same, but just weird. Jonathan says difference in number of days too. This, in the old version, it says 4 nights ago, as I was leaving, he tried to assassinate me. Let's see what the new one says. He says, can you describe being single 2 nights ago? I was leaving the restaurant when a gunshot. So the new one says 2 nights ago gunshot, and the old one says 4 nights ago rifle. Why, it's so bizarre to me that All right, well, we're playing the new one. So for our new one, the intro says, 2 nights ago at the Carlton, gunshot missed him. Okay, so 2 nights ago, it's the 12th, so that would be the 10th. The 10th of September. Which would be Monday's the 12th, Sunday's 11th, Saturday. Old version said 4 nights ago, rifle shot. Relevant? Probably not, but weird, right? Weird the things that were changing. Okay, and then we're given, let's make sure we got his name. G. Taubman Goldfire. All right. He gave them tests. I guess he gave these people tests. He asked them questions, and depending on their answers, he guessed that one of these people want to kill him. And this is at the Carlton restaurant. Okay. Eating alone, leaving the restaurant when a gunshot missed him. Okay, and then he gives us 4 names to investigate. We've got Dr. Henry Gray at Middlesex. We've got Dr. Jabilsko, something like that, 46 Tower Street. Then we've got Dr. Pretorius at Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum, where this doctor works, where Taubman works. And then we've got Sir Charles Hale at St. George's Hospital. Anything else? Any other clues we need to write down from this introduction? He's working at Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum, which we're already gonna, I guess I'll write it down. All right. So there are 2 introductions. Jonathan says, the additional scene at the beginning of the original where a little melancholy, yeah, he's walking around disappointed, lying on his back on the settee, closing his eyes. Strange case, yes, okay. We've got a quote here. See the value of imagination. We imagined what might have happened, acted upon the supposition, and find ourselves justified. I do miss these little Holmes quotes from the new version. All right, now, before we can actually start in with the case, we have to look at these newspapers. And this is going to be our last time before the end that we actually spend some real detail in looking and comparing the 2 versions. Once we get started looking at clues, we won't do that nearly as much. But this is actually one of the more shocking changes in the newspaper. So let's just try to get an overview of the changes. Okay, so here's the new version. The pictures are going to be mostly the same. So look, this exact picture here is reused in the, this is the original version. Shall I do it the opposite way? Okay, original version on our left. Older than newer. All right, picture's the same. Here's the article. In the original, it said sentencing of Romanian anarchists, and this says condemnation of the Romanian anarchists. And you can see the text is different. The trial of the 4 Romanian anarchists came to an end September 8th with the reading of their sentences by the state prosecutor in open court. Here's the new version. The verdict of the trial of the Romanian anarchists was rendered this September 8th with the sentencing by the prosecutor of the Republic during a public audience. This is not, it's just bizarre to me how even the newspaper articles got translated completely differently. Now, but before I think we'll only read these articles once, but let's just look at all the articles so you can see that there are even bigger differences afoot. So here is our original. This was just on one page. This is just here. Okay, now let's go to page 2 of the original. Okay, page 2 of the original has this article with this photo. Now look at it here. They've cropped out the bottom third. In the new reprint, they've cropped out the top and the bottom third of this drawing. A horrible crime. Here it is, a horrible crime. Diabolical murder has been committed in Transylvania. Diabolical murder was committed in Transylvania. A gypsy with the name of Picchio. A gypsy of the name of Picchio. Okay, so this looks fairly common. This ends with the 2 culprits are on the run. This says the guilty parties have fled, no one knows whither. Okay. Now, this article, a theft at Pimlico is here, burglary in Pimlico. Again, just rewritten with different text, looks mostly the same. Then here we've got an article, Dick, trick dog of the band, 4th U.S. Cavalry, same thing here. Dick is a 7-year-old spaniel, a soldier dog his whole life. Dick is a water spaniel, aged 7 years, and all his life he has been a soldier dog. Okay. Now, famed Greek pearls stolen. Where is that article? It does not appear to be anywhere. So in the original paper, the famed Margarita pearls were stolen yesterday from the Zougafos family home on the island of Lucas. Miss Zougafos had worn the historied necklace Friday night at a dinner honoring the visiting George I. The king and his retinue departed on Saturday, the day before the theft. Last Sunday, a rich private collector from the Lucas Isles was the target of an unprecedented theft. A 5-foot-tall chrysolephantine statue of Hermes covered in plates of ivory and gold was stolen. That's not this famous Greek pearls. Body in the famed Mongol curse, West Ham, Stratford. So this article in the original, completely missing in our new case. Unless it was moved to a different day of a different paper. Let's continue. Okay, here's this drawing here, this article here. Brains of criminals on display at King's College Hospital. Criminal brain exhibition at King's College. So this article is this article. Body found in Thames River is this article. This advertisement looks here. It looks to me they just copied this drawing, so this text is the same. This gem 2 minutes advertisement is here, so that's the same. Last page of the original thing is the Mongol curse. Small photo here, but here is the article here, reprinted in full, this picture, but enlarged. And here's the article. And then ludicrous scene, a lady and her pets. This looks like it might be related to the monkey case, which is not in the, never actually made it to the box. Miss Beswick, a process server in the neighborhood of Newmarket. He's serving notices. Okay, so this article seems like it's missing. This article in the original is not found in the new one. And then that's it. So then in the new one, we've got two articles that are not in the old. This article about the statue from Greece gotten stolen is not in the original. And this whole article about the West Ham Stratford Music Festival is not in the original. So what is going on? Why, what, how could that be? Like, why would you do that? Why would you translate the paper? You've made some changes to fit in space, I guess, but why would you invent two articles from scratch and not bring over the articles from here? The only thing I'm thinking is that these could possibly be articles from other papers, but they don't look like it. So very strange. Very confusing. And I don't know what to make of it. I don't know if they've added articles that will help us solve a case because they're related. So that's new. And that's new for me. And I don't know why they've removed articles. Presumably they're trying to get everything to fit in this single sheet, but I don't know. It's still bizarre. All right. Well, there you see it. Newspapers are quite different. All the stories are written differently, but there's even different stories. Bizarre. All right. Let's read the paper and then we'll take an 8-minute break. All right. So here's the condemnation of the Romanian anarchists. Probably not related to our thing, but let's see. Verdict of the trial of the Romanian anarchists was rendered on this September 8th with the sentencing by the prosecutor of the Republic during a public audience. 4 anarchists were condemned for the attack on the Fogaras courthouse of March 20th, causing many to be wounded and 2 deaths. The prosecutor, Leopold Radic, had condemned Anna Sibin and Sofia Torda to 25 years of jail time and Nikolai Radovich to a lifetime sentence. Peter Popkin was condemned in absentia to death by hanging. The 4 anarchists were captured this past July after a failed attack against the emperor. During this highly publicized trial, Popkin broke out of jail, killing one of his guards. Popkin is well known in London for his activities among the international socialist movement. He spent 2 years in our capital from 1895 to 1897 in exile from his native Hungary. He returned to his motherland to continue his subversive activities with the goal of reuniting the provinces of Transylvania and Romania. The trial was presided over by the General Szilágyi, to whom the emperor has entrusted the rebel provinces south of Transylvania. General Szilágyi has used the army's power to subdue the various Slavic nationalities which make up the heterogeneous empire. That part of the world would remain a powder keg which awaits nothing more than the proverbial spark to explode. Let me remind you that contrary to some of the new Sherlock Holmes games, in this one, previous newspapers can be relevant to your current case. So that means there could be articles here that are relevant to a future West End case. But our first case can only have this paper. Theft at... Okay, so nothing here that seems relevant to us. No doctor mentioned here. Theft at Pimlico. The police report the burglary at the house of Thurston Robles, which took place between Saturday afternoon and Monday morning. The family was visiting the parents of Mr. Robles in Ipswich for the weekend. The household staff were consequently off on Saturday night, in addition to their usual day offs on Sunday. Upon their return on Monday, the Robles family discovered that pieces of jewelry had disappeared from Mr. Robles' night table, Mrs. Robles' night table, as well as many silver plates from the buffet. The police start investigating but have no suspect at the moment. Anyone with information is asked to head to the nearest police station. Doesn't look relevant for us, but we might want to check out where their house was because it did happen on Saturday, which is when our guy got shot at. If someone really was shooting at him. Dick, here's just a story about a dog. Dick is a 7-year-old spaniel, a soldier dog his whole life. Dick climbs up a ladder with the skill of an acrobat and can leap over 6 feet. His face gleams with his intelligence. He is the pride of his troop, and his company is highly sought after. He is shown here in a chief bugler's uniform. Can you see that dog there? Yeah. Okay, here's the gem. It's a razor they're selling. The quote says, "Well, that's fine. 2 minutes. This is the time it takes to shave with the original American gem safety razor. Safe and no scraping, but a smooth, steady, and even shave. Really deluxe. The success is in the blade. There are many poor imitations, but none are successful like the gem." Kind of close up so you can read it too. Ask your cutter, silversmith, or chemist for the original gem and no other. Should there be any difficulty, write to us and we'll send you the same post-free. In a tin case for 5 shilling, 5 pence. In handsome Morocco case with 2 extra blades, 12 shilling, 6 pence, something like that. Either makes a most useful and handsome present. Okay, we could go visit there if we wanted to pick up one of those. Here's our horrible crime. A diabolical murder was committed in Transylvania. A gypsy with the name of Pacquiao, aged between 40 to 50 years old, fell in love with a girl 20 years younger than him. A mutual attraction pushed Pacquiao to ask for her hand, but he discovered that the girl already had 2 young children. This tarnished the happiness of the 2 lovers to the point of keeping them apart for a time. However, the man was so smitten that he reconciled and conceived with his companion a most barbarous crime. As the 2 children slumbered peacefully, Pacquiao entered their room and plunged a dagger into their chests, under the benevolent eye of their mother. The 2 culprits are currently on the run. It happens. People kill their kids and their wife and try to run off with the mistress. Okay, Professor Benedict lectures on criminal minds. This looks like it could be relevant for us. Criminal Brain exhibition at King's College Hospital. None of our people work at King's College. Professor Morris Benedict of Vienna will hold a lecture on the anatomical characteristics of the criminal brain. Professor Benedict will also present his collection of the brains of the greatest criminals of Europe, including the brain of Nikolai Bosch, the child murderer from Bucharest. Professor Benedict's lecture will take place at King's College Hospital. It is open to the public. The admission price is of 2 shilling 6D. I forget what the D stands for, and includes a guided tour of the professor's infamous brains. This lecture is supported by the Royal Medical and Chirurgical Society of London. Okay, here's a new article. Last Sunday, a rich private collector from the Lucas Isles was the target of an unprecedented theft. A 5-foot-tall chryselephantine statue of Hermes covered in plates of ivory and gold. This piece of inestimable value, but more importantly, is part of the heritage that Greece is attempting to preserve. The efforts of the police forces are now focused in preventing its exit from the country. This affair has returned to the spotlight the uproar about the Parthenon's marble acquired by Lord Elgin and exhibited at the British Museum, and the protection of cultural artifacts set up by Greece. A body found in the Thames. Yesterday, shortly after dawn, a body was found in the dark waters of the Thames under Vauxhall Bridge. The body was fished out by the Thames police after having been reported by a waterman. The man, who was identified as Bobby Field, has apparently suffered a head trauma. No other information is available for the moment. The investigation is set to begin Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock at the coroner's office at 91 EC. The river and its shores have long been used as a dumping ground for bodies, to the great dismay of the police and of the neighborhood. And we've got an ad here for Waltham watches. Need my glasses for this. A comparison of various watches with a view to purchase should always result in the choice of the most reliable. Waltham watches are noted for their consistent accuracy, their scientific construction, and their proven reliability. If your jeweler does not stock Waltham watches, write us and learn where to obtain them. And at the same time, we will be pleased to forward you a free booklet number 7 describing the higher grades of Waltham watches. Rowlands and Fraser, 40 High Street Northwest. We can visit them. Okay, now we've got the Mongol Curse. The war of the London opium dens is still on the rise. Until recently, the general tendency had been to consider the actions of the Mongols as an enormous farce, but this is no longer the case. The character of the good Chinese savage is no longer appropriate under the light of the revelation of its iniquities. The looting started with the opium dens and then spread to many shops last week, leading to a great outcry, causing people to realize that this diabolical opium had a hold and a spread much greater than previously imagined. The most shocking was the one led against the shop at Shoreditch High Street, behind the Liverpool train station. We have learned that the dens are not only frequented by the poor, but also by women and by many actors. It is necessary to form a crusade to root out the evil. Our illustration represents 3 famous Chinese places of perdition. These 3 places are accused of perverting young women. The focus on these recent outrages is creating involuntary publicity to Alan S. Williams' next book. Mr. Williams is a journalist from the Pall Mall Gazette team. His work is titled The Demon from the Orient and His Compatriots in Opium Dens, the opium smokers from English paradise to the hells of Tartarus. Last article in the paper is the West Ham Stratford Musical Festival. This is newly added to this version. Awaited by all the music enthusiasts of the area and by the singing and music teachers who pushed their best students to participate, this year's greatest music festival will close its doors tonight. The Stratford Music Festival has nothing in common with the festivals in large cities such as Birmingham, Leeds, etc., which offer great, large concerts from the greatest of professionals. This music festival has a different approach, as it allows the neighborhood's amateurs to perform on stage before a number of prestigious scholars and teachers. The judges, chosen by the committee, have had the difficult task of choosing the best from among the 143 competitors during the preliminary exams. For this occasion, the Women's West Ham High School graciously allowed the use of some of its classrooms for the piano, violin, and singing tests. The level of the contestants was such that the judges had to send 69 candidates back in front of the public to determine the winners. The candidates performed in an order randomly chosen in advance. The audience was overjoyed, and the variety of pieces performed had never reached that level during the previous years. We will soon give the complete list of candidates and the prizes they've won. You might imagine that if they were worried, if they couldn't fit the old newspapers in the new spaces, maybe they removed irrelevant stories and put stories that wouldn't fit in a future newspaper back into this newspaper. So we might find that some of these stories are from the old future newspapers. So I don't see. I don't see any. All right, so we've read the newspapers. Nothing has really jumped out at being relevant to our case, except maybe this doctor's talk might be useful, and this body found under the Thames. Bobby Field doesn't seem relevant to our case, but it might turn out to be. Body was found yesterday. All right, well, Jonathan says the Mongolian Curse article gave a more detailed address for where the raid was in the reprint compared to the original. Okay. Could be relevant for us. We don't know. We have no tie currently to our case, but it does tell us where the raid was. Jonathan says in the original that wasn't detailed. John says also in there are two articles only in the original if you want to read them for completion's sake. Okay, let's do it. What were the two articles here that are not found? Famed Greek pearls stolen. The famed Margarita pearls were stolen Sunday from the Zorgraphos family home on the island of Lucas. The island of Lucas. I was just trying to see if this Greek story said the island. Oh, actually this does say from the Lucas Isles. So this looks like this article about something stolen from the Lucas Isles may be the one that this replaced. It's just here that was a statue, here was pearls, but both from the Lucas Isles. Mrs. Zorgraphos had worn the historied necklace Friday night at a dinner honoring the visit of George I. The king and his retinue departed on Saturday, the day before the theft. The Margarita pearls are actually a necklace consisting of 3 strands of graduated pearls, 145 in number, weighing 237 grains, with a ruby and diamond clustered clasp. Few details of the actual theft have been released by the Greek authorities. Their public efforts have concentrated largely on preventing the jewels being transported out of the country. And then the last new article was this one. So on our new one, it's about the music festival. Let's see what this one's about. Ludicrous scene, a lady and her pets. The most ludicrous scene was witnessed by Mr. Beswick, a process server in the neighborhood of Newmarket on Saturday last. He was instructed to serve notices on the occupants of several houses, one of which is in possession of a Miss Wilkinson, a lady of the most eccentric habits. Upon entering the cottage, the process server discovered Miss Wilkinson in the back parlor surrounded by her pets, these being monkeys of every conceivable description. She was nursing and kissing one of the interesting creatures and did not appear to be at all discomposed at Mr. Beswick's somewhat sudden and unceremonious entrance into her menagerie. She requested him in the coolest manner possible to leave the paper on the table. This done, Mr. Beswick beat a retreat, for it was only by a violent effort that he succeeded in restraining his laughter. And there's a picture. So this one is not in our paper at all. Okay. So let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll actually get started playing. Oh, it's only been 2 hours before we actually start playing. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're just getting ready to dive into this case, having compared the stuff. Jonathan has told us a couple interesting things. He said, note that the Mongol Curse newspaper article says our illustration represents 3 famous Chinese places, and that by blowing up this picture a little bigger, we can actually read the places. The opium dens. And John says, kind of an interesting case, kind of like we're doing background checks on people. I did realize there's something else we need to compare, which is the first time that I'm actually noticing how different these are. This is kind of important. And it's sort of historical. I almost wish we had done this at the beginning when we were looking at the two boxes, which is the informants. As you know, in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, there's a list of informants you can visit in every case. Now, we're going to look at 3 different things here. Here's the rule book for the Jack the Ripper West End reprint. In this rule book, it simply gives you at the back of the book it says list of informants. On the back of their book is the list of them and their addresses. So this is what we're given by way of informants for the Jack the Ripper book. These are our standard informants, and then there's 2 more for the Jack the Ripper case. But ignoring that, these are fairly standard. Now, if you look at the reprint base box, the Thames Murders, here's the list of informants. It's actually the same except for one. There's actually one that got added here, which is the telegraph station. Telegraph station was not initially listed in the reprints, in the base game reprint. Everything else is the same. However, in the base box, you get Holmes's lecture. This is sometimes talked about somewhere. And the lecture is basically an introduction to these informants and allies. It's Holmes telling a story about all these people. So if you didn't have this list, you'd get it from here. He says we're going to start. Our first stop is St. Bartholomew's Hospital, or Bart's. Holmes points at 38 EC on the map. One of oldest and greatest of London's hospitals. This is where you can find the medical examiner, Sir Jasper Meeks. And then he walks through for several pages telling you about these different places. Here's the toy shop. A toy shop? Yes. Porlock's sense of humor shows through. Okay. And then you get the summary here. This new box says, don't even bother with the story of the people. Just list them. Okay, fine. But now look at this. In the clue book is our lecture from Sherlock Holmes. It's got some nice illustrations. So this maps to the base box. Remember, you wouldn't get this lecture if you just bought the new West End Adventures. Here's the lecture. It's different text, again, as if it was completely retranslated differently. Here he's inviting us to his home. He stands in front of the fireplace. His first stop in this lecture is actually Scotland Yard. So they just redid this. I don't know why, but there's something much more interesting. Here's the summary list of informants and allies for West End Adventures. Now let's look at this. I've actually scanned and printed this out during the break so we can mark this up. Okay, New Scotland Yard. Yes, that's in. I'm going to compare now. New Scotland Yard is in both books at the same address, 13 Southwest. There it is here. There it is here. Okay. H.R. McMurray, he's the criminologist. Yes. 38 EC, that's Jasper Meeks. Here He's listed as Bernard Spilsbury is the chief medical examiner, not Meeks. Weird. Okay, coroner's office, 91 EC. Whoop, where's that? That's not listed. In our case, 38 EC, the chief medical examiner, also does autopsies. So they removed this from the reprints. Okay. Henry Ellis at the Times, that we know, that's the same here and here. Okay. W.T. Stead at the Pall Mall Gazette. No, that person does not exist in the New Allies. Quentin Hogg at the Police News. No, he's not in this. He's not in our current allies. We occasionally have reason to visit these people, but he's not in our list of regular people. Office of Records, 14 WC, yes. Somerset House, yes. Edward Hall, Criminal Court, Old Bailey, 36 EC, yes. Gray's Inn. Gray's Inn. That's not in our list of informants. We've been to Gray's Inn, but that's not a regular stop for us. Lincoln's Inn? Nope. Temple? Nope. 33 EC, is that some other place here? Nope. These are all places that Holmes lectured us about in the introduction, but are not in the new reprint list. Porky Shinwell, yes, that's the underworld. Fred Porlock at the toy store, yeah. Barry and Thomas O'Neill, nope. We're going to look up who these people are, but I don't even know who those people are. Mycroft at the Diogenes Club, yes. Langdale Pike, who knows society stuff, yes. Central Carriage Stables, yes. Telegraph Office, remember this is missing in the base game, but is in the West End Adventures box. And Lomax at the Library, 5 Southwest, we know that one. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 places that the original game listed as informants. But are not in the reprint. Now, what I don't remember is I don't remember if these are informants in the original base Sherlock Holmes lecture, if this lecture's changed. So let's just scan in this lecture where these people are. The chief medical examiner, we know what that is. They gave the coroner his own office now, whereas they combined it before. Spilsbury is responsible to the coroner. It's up to the coroner to determine the cause of death. Coroner's inquest. Coroner's office is at 91 Guildford Street, EC. Okay. W.T. Stead at the Pall Mall Gazette and Quentin Hogg at the Police News. These are both places that are in these two newspapers are in the directory, so you occasionally find them. Here they're treated as special. They get special call outs. He says now here he's talking about them. The Pall Mall Gazette, under its dynamic editor William Thomas Stead, is both outspoken and controversial. Its forte is strong advocacy of social issues. It's an anti-establishment paper, and its use to us is that all their reporters are good investigators. So you'll have no trouble getting to Mr. Stead to pontificate about the stories that interest him. The Police News specializes in reporting of crime, court news, and sporting news. It's a sensational journal, but for our purposes, it's an indispensable resource. Quentin Hogg is a well of information on London's criminal underground. Okay. Now, let's find Gray's Inn. He's got 2 inns and a temple that he's treating specially. This would be an appropriate time to talk about the inns of the court. Here on the map, you will see Gray's Inn and the Lincoln Inn and the Temple. So these are all three inns of the court, legal places. These four great inns of the court, he included Old Bailey, maybe. Gray's Inn, Lincoln's Inn, and the Temple, these four great inns. Okay, I don't know why he didn't mention the other. I guess maybe it came first. First, he's talking about Edward Hall at the Old Bailey. Okay. Here, four great inns. The Temple is divided into two inns, inner and middle, are incorporations for the study of law. The exclusive privilege of calling barristers to the bar. All barristers must belong to one of the four inns. Okay, it's not clear why they're mentioned so specially here. And then we've got one more that we don't know, Barry and Thomas O'Neill. Let's see where they're mentioned. Mr. Holmes, I've received considerable assistance from the O'Neills, says Wiggins. Do you recommend soliciting help from them? Excellent suggestion, Wiggins. Some of you remembered the O'Neill brothers. We ran into them in a previous case. I forget which one. Barry and Thomas. The latter once excelled in the art of burglary, although he now claims to be a law-abiding citizen, at least most of the time. Barry's a wild animal trainer. As Wiggins said, they have on occasion provided assistance, especially regarding stolen jewelry. You do have to consider whether the information you might gain is worth an encounter with Mobuto, laughs Wiggins. This is the weird, we had a weird scene with them in our previous case, maybe it was Adventures by Gaslight, where they're like travelers and they've got a native spear, poison dart wielding live-in companion. So I'm just going to put stolen jewelry here. And I'll put courts here. Okay, so they're removed from the new reprint, but that doesn't mean that they're not valuable places to visit. It's just quite curious that there's that change from the informants. And I'll have you note one more thing. There's something missing from the old cases. An informant, there's one informant added to the new cases, added to all of the new reprints. Do you know who that is? Can you spot it? What informant got added to the Space Cowboys reprints? Can you see? Holmes himself, that's right. Jonathan Warner is right. So the reprints decided that they were going to add a Sherlock Holmes location to all of the cases where you could go and get some extra hints. So presumably, Jonathan will not find Sherlock Holmes. I'm not sure if there's going to be a Sherlock Holmes hint, a clue in the old book, and you would just have had to guess that, or if it's not going to be there, but it is going to be here. Okay, fascinating. And now we are ready, 2.5 hours in, to actually begin our case. All right. It's a lot of preliminary stuff. John says, I also point out an important difference above. The article about the body from the Thames says the autopsy will be at 91 EC, which matches the coroner from the original list. What does the reprint paper say? Good question. Yes. Okay, so the reprint paper says the investigation is set to begin at the coroner's office, 91 Guildsport Street. So you would actually have to, in the new version, pick up that this is not at one of your informant's locations, but at a different location at the coroner's office. So we'll want to go there. Let's do our traditional thing. Let's make a page for news items. 91 EC coroner about the Thames case. And then we've got the criminal brain exhibition. We might want to see that. King's College. And then maybe Mongol opium dens, if that comes up. All right. Well, we've got our 4 suspects. Seems like those are reasonable places to go. And then the Carlton where he got shot at. It sounds like we should do our normal thing. You want to go visit the witnesses while they're fresh. So let's go to the Carlton and see if we can't get any witnesses to the actual shooting. So we're going to look up Carlton here. It's a restaurant or a hotel. Restaurant or a hotel with restaurant, presumably. The Carlton Club, 7 Southwest. Okay, let's start out 7 Southwest Carlton Club. And let's mark it and then go there. Okay, 7 Southwest. Jonathan might want to mark in his clue book where the clues for each different neighborhood starts. 7 Southwest. Oh, there it is. We should know that that's the location. We've been there before. I'm going to do something that we haven't done before and reproduce what Bureau of Investigation did by putting a thing on each of the neighborhoods. So let's see here if we can do this. So this is going to be south. What? This is going to be the southeast neighborhood. Did I say southeast? South. There, that's southeast. And here is southwest. Don't look at that yet. Maybe I should have been doing this all along to make it easier to find these places. Okay, southeast, southwest. 7 Southwest. Okay. And now we know that Paul Grogan helped translate some of this. And this is covering up these things is something I stole from him after watching one of his videos. Doorman of the Carlton Club has a military bearing worthy of the splendid uniform he wears. I'm going to mark these as we see them. Excuse me, says Wiggins. Yes, sir. Do you know Dr. Goldfire? He's a member of the club. Yes, I know the doctor. He dines here almost every night. Well, were you here last Saturday night? Yes, sir. I'm here every day except for Sunday, from 3 in the afternoon to midnight. We're investigating at Dr. Goldfire's request. He said an assassination attempt on his person took place here Saturday night. An assassination attempt here? How? He said he was fired upon while leaving here, after his meal. Sir, I think he's pulling a prank on you. There has been no gunshot fired in this street for over 10 years. I know how to recognize a gunshot. I fought in India and I've heard the heathens. Bullets fly quite often. No, sir, the doctor is lying to you. That's strange, isn't it? John says, here's a difference in the original he was shot on Thursday. So they really did change what day he was shot at. 4 days ago versus 2 days ago. Strange. Okay. I wonder if we're going to remember that they may have fixed some things. So it may be that it will be interesting if in comparison we don't get some clues. Like we don't figure out why they changed something. Okay. So this guy says, Dorman says no shot. No one shot. So, is our guy imagining it? Crazy? Tricking us for some reason? We don't know. All right. Next up, shall we start visiting our people? Visiting our suspects? Let's start out of order. Let's start by the guy who works at Bethlehem Asylum, which you'll remember is right here, where our guy also works. I believe that's right. I believe our guy also works there. So I'm going to go to 28 Southeast. Oh, that's a long entry. 28 Southeast. Give Jonathan a chance to get there. Okay, this is a long entry. Just as we settled down into the chairs lined up along the whitewashed walls of the Bethlehem Asylum's waiting room, a broad-shouldered man wearing a white coat enters and introduces himself as O'Connell. He invites us to follow him to Dr. Pretorius. This is one of our suspects. Are you here to see a patient? Asks O'Connell as he leads us along the white corridor. No, just Dr. Pretorius. Do you know Dr. Goldfire? Asks Wiggins in a carefree tone. Yeah, he was here not long ago. Works with old Pretorius. Well, what do you think of him? I'll tell you guys, I've been working here for so long I can't tell the difference between the patients and the doctors anymore. I wonder if some of the doctors shouldn't be locked up in here. Old Pretorius, well, there's 278 crazies here. Some believe themselves to be dogs, others lions. We have 3 Napoleons, 6 Wellingtons, 2 bloody Queen Victorias locked up. And what is Pretorius thinking about? About hygiene of the hands. My team is made up of 36 solid fellows to be able to overpower these lunatics, and I need to spend hours each day checking their hands as if they were school children. Pretorius lines them up at the beginning of each shift and inspects their hands. If they aren't clean, they're sent to the sink. Crazies, doctors, it's all the same. Arriving in front of Pretorius's office, O'Connell knocks on the door and a tall, lean man opens the door almost immediately. These gentlemen are here to see you, Doctor. Thank you. You can go. Pretorius closes the door behind us and heads to his desk limping, while motioning for us to follow him. Where is that bloody cane? He mutters questioningly to himself before turning his piercing gaze to us. Has he lost his cane? What can I do for you? Well, we work for Dr. Goldfire. Dr. Goldfire? Yes, he's an acquaintance of yours? He's been in the team here at Bethlehem for 5 years now. I've known him for almost 10. Pretorius hasn't offered us a seat. There aren't any in his office. His desk is an old archivist desk on which he leans as he talks to us. Before he has time to finish his sentence, the door opens abruptly. "Dr. Pretorius, come quick, sir," shouts O'Connell, overexcited. "What's this about?" asks Pretorius. "It's Dr. Goldfire. He's dead." "What the?" Pretorius leaves the room with O'Connell, and we follow them. The doctor's limp doesn't seem to hinder him at all. As O'Connell leads us through the maze, his doctor's limp doesn't hinder him at all. As O'Connor leads us through the maze of corridors to a small group gathered in front of an enormous wooden door. "He's in the cold room," says O'Connell to Pretorius while moving aside the curious from the way. Behind the door, the weak light of a light bulb illuminates the frozen air of a large room. Large slabs of meat hang from the ceiling, and crates of vegetables are stacked against one wall. The body of Dr. Goldfire is hanging near a carcass, fine, pale, and lifeless. "Get him down from there," orders Pretorius. "I don't think we should do that. I've sent O'Reilly to fetch the police. We should wait for them." "There was a bobby in the street. It shouldn't take too long," says O'Connell, his eyes fixed to the lifeless corpse. Before Pretorius has a chance to answer, the policeman in question enters the room. "Bloody hell," he lets out as he enters the cold room. It doesn't take him long to decide that the case is of Scotland Yard's jurisdiction. We're kicked out of the morbid scene and asked to stay put in a waiting room. An hour later, one of the officers enters the room, followed by a young man with pink cheeks and a short man with a rat-like face. "Wiggins, what a surprise!" "Hello, Inspector." Wiggins gives a semi-cynical smile to Lestrade. "What can you tell us about Goldfire's death?" "Now, I'm the one asking questions, Wiggins. And first off, I want to know what you're doing here." "Well, Dr. Goldfire retained the services of Mr. Holmes last night, and we're assisting him in his investigation." "Well, your investigation is over. We found this in the pocket of his jacket." Lestrade hands us a short goodbye letter. "I can't look the world in the eye after what I've done. I'd rather put an end to it." So I'm going to make my notes. It continues here. Okay, let's just read this. "I had a bet with Gregson I'd solve this case before he found the murderer of that small crook, Bobby Field." That's our newspaper article about the Thames body. "I think I won my pint for tonight." Lestrade turns to his companion. "Channing, take their statements, and remember that you're the investigator." He said, "Remember that you're the investigator," so Wiggins doesn't talk him into asking questions and stuff. Lestrade, okay, and remember you're the investigator. "Wiggins has the habit of forgetting his place." "Last point, Wiggins. I better not hear you've been spreading stories about Goldfire's death. It'd be a pleasure to stick you in a hole." Okay, so let's make our notes here. 28 SE, Dr. Pretorius. What have we known? He lost his cane. His limp doesn't slow him down. Dr. Goldfire, dead. In cold room. Hanging. Doesn't say how he's hanging, he just says Goldfire is hanging near a carcass. And then the note says, "I can't look the world in the eye after what I've done. I'd rather put an end to it. So the note was in the jacket. We don't have handwriting samples to compare that with. Oh, we do. Sorry, we do. He gave us a note. He wrote down the names of people he suspected. Can we do handwriting comparison? Does it look like his handwriting? Let's see. What do we notice about his handwriting? A little hard to read. All the letters connect for each word. Middlesex all connected, hospital all connected, Bethlehem all connected. What about here? Yeah, all connected. His uppercase I's here are very definitive. In fact, they look like they're using a computer font. What about the uppercase I's here? Any of them? Unfortunately not. D's very, uppercase D's very pronounced. No more uppercase D's. Anything else jumps out? Lots of Dr. Dr. Dot. Hard to see what to compare. Doesn't look obviously different handwriting. Jonathan is reporting some differences. John says, several big differences. I think it's worth looking at the original. More intro with Connell and also no note on the body. What? That's craziness. Okay, let's see. So 28 SE. Let's see. 28 SE in the original says, are you here to see an inmate? Can't tell the inmates from the doctors. 36 tough mix. Some think they're barking dogs, other thinks there's lions. We have 3 Napoleon, 6-2 below. What is on Pretorius mind? Clean hands. My staff is made up of 36 tough mix to control these loonies. Check their hands like they were some kind of schoolboys. O'Connell, where are you? The call for O'Connell echoes down the empty corridor, causing the big Irish attendant to wince. Head loony himself, mutters O'Connell more to himself than to us. As we round a corner in the long corridor, we see a short, thin man with unruly white hair. He's dressed in a long white smock. Towering over him is a man who could be O'Connell's brother. When O'Connell sees the two men, he again mutters under his breath, "Now, bloody what?" Aloud, he says, "Yes, Dr. Pretorius?" Dr. Pretorius says, "How many times must I emphasize the importance of cleanliness? The mind cannot be healthy if the body is ill, and the first step is to good health for both mind and body, and the body is cleanliness. Hold out your hands, O'Reilly." The tall man obeys like a small schoolboy as he holds his hand for O'Connell to see. "Go scrub your hands, Michael. I don't want to tell you again," snaps O'Connell. But I was working in. O'Reilly stares at his hands, but O'Connell is not interested in his excuse. "Go scrub your hands," snaps O'Connell again. As O'Reilly moves down the hall, O'Connell turns to Dr. Pretorius. "These gentlemen are here to see you, Doctor." "I'll speak to you later, O'Connell." If Pretorius hears O'Connell's mumbled curse, he makes no sign as he limps into his office, gesturing for us to follow. Where is that bloody cane of mine? What can I do for you? Do you know Dr. Goldfire? Now he's got an old bookkeeper's desk, and he says, he is one of the most brilliant minds working in insanity today. Do you consider yourself a friend as well as a colleague? Asked Wiggin. I think I have that honor, yes. Oh, this is very difficult for us. You see, we are investigating the possibility that someone may want Dr. Goldfire murdered. This is all new, different. Murdered? That's ridiculous. Who would want to? Well, he named you as a possibility. Me? Preposterous! Pretorius' face has become so flushed it looks as if he will collapse, but after a moment he seems to regain his composure. Sorry, sir, I don't know any other way to bring it out, but Dr. Goldfire said something about a test. A test? A test that determines if a person is capable of murder. This is all new. I mean, this is all removed from the new version. What are you talking about? Goldfire was not working on any such... Pretorius pauses and rubs his hand over his eyes. Are you sure this is George? Before he can finish, there is a pounding. So we're told this is GB Goldfire. And he says, are you sure this is George? So George is his first name, I guess. Dr. Pretorius, come quickly, sir. What is it? It's Dr. Goldfire. He's dead, murdered. We follow him in. The limp doesn't appear to slow him down. He's in the ice room. O'Connell holds an electric battery torch with which he lights the way. Large sides of meat are hung from ceiling hooks, boxes of vegetables. A hideous sight. Hanging from a meat hook is the thin, pale, lifeless body of Dr. Goldfire. Get him down. He says, I don't think we should. He says, go get the... We hurried away from the crime scene into a large waiting room where we await the arrival of the police from CID who have been summoned to the scene. After about an hour, so this takes a lot longer, one of the constables enters 2 men. Wiggins, what the deuce? Oh, Chief Inspector. He smells at Lestrade. I'm asking the questions. Wiggins. He says, I want you to take their statements. Remember, you're the detective. Wiggins forgets his place. Takes our statements. May we see Dr. Pretorius before we go? I'm sorry, sir. He's been taken to Newgate. Newgate? Yeah, arrested for the murder of Goldfire. He was seen arguing with him last night, a rather heated argument. Who saw them? Several of the staff, mainly O'Connell. Now you'd better be going. That's completely different. All right, so in this case, he's not arrested, but instead we found a note. All right, so we need to talk about this for a second in terms of strategy. If they've made major changes to the solutions of these cases, we're going to drive ourselves a little bit crazy with dueling clues that are in a different universe. We've sort of looking at these 2 multiverses at the same time, but that's all right. We're in it for that interesting experience here, but we're basically playing 2 cases at the same time. But in my universe here, he's found the note and Pretorius is not arrested. Crazy. All right. But we're not going to follow up on leads that are mentioned. Like in that one, he's sent to the prison, but we're not going to go to that prison because that didn't happen in my universe. I wonder if there's some way we should make like a note, like in the alternate universe, he's at a prison. What prison was he out in the alternate universe? Newgate. But we're not going there. Let's see if they arrest someone else for it. Strange. All right, let's proceed down our list here. And let's not forget the side case of the Thames murdered person, because that's now come up again. Okay, how about we go to Dr. Gibilisco at 46 Tower Street. Let's see if we can find this guy in the directory. And we can get his name right. Dr. Gibilsko, 46 Southeast. So 46 Tower Street is 46 Southeast. And Bethlehem was 28 Southeast. So let me mark 28 Southeast, which we didn't do. So let's mark these locations. So we just got back from 28 Southeast. Oh, we did mark, and now we're going to 46 Southeast. "46 Southeast is Dr. Gibilsko. We don't know anything about him other than he lives at 46 Southeast. Same neighborhood. Okay. 46 Southeast. "We're sorry for bothering you, Doctor," says Wiggins as we sit down in Dr. Gibilsko's private office. "Well, talk, young man." Dr. Gibilsko is rather rotund, but unlike the usual stereotype, he's far from jovial. He even looks rather severe. What's your relationship to Dr. Goldfire?" "We're colleagues, and we work together on occasion." "And you get along well?" "I think so, yeah. Our approach to medical work is different, but in the eyes of the layman, that's not important." "Could you tell us what you were doing on Saturday night?" "Why are you asking?" "Well, Dr. Goldfire hired us. He believes his life may be in danger." "Yeah, his life's in danger. He just got killed." "Well, did a patient threaten him?" "No, a colleague." "Another doctor?" "Well, that's us. We say a colleague. That's another doctor?" "Yes. Goldfire gave us a list of names. He believes that one of these people wants to kill him. Your name is on that list." "That's absurd. How did he reach that conclusion?" "Well, he explained to us that he had come up with a series of tests which allow one to detect the subconscious intentions of the murderers." "I don't claim to understand." "Who sent you?" Gibilsko gets up from his chair violently and stares at us with his small eyes. "It's not Goldfire. I've never heard so much idiotic trash. Goldfire thought, as do I, that organic diseases are the source of mental illness." "Tests. He isn't a mad Austrian. The body is an engine. If all the parts are in good order, it works. If it's not working, then you must look for the cracked piston. You don't stop to wonder if steel has a subconscious." "I don't want to contradict you, Doctor. All I know is that Dr. Goldfire reached the conclusion that someone wants to kill him." "In that case, gentlemen, I can only see one solution: for him to come and see me as a patient and not as a colleague. Good day, sir." Come see me as a patient. So this guy thinks he's crazy, and this is unlike him. But we know that it's the real Dr. Goldfire who came to meet us because Watson recognized him, right? So 46, this guy says it's not like Goldfire. And he says, we both agree. He says he's not a mad Austrian. I guess maybe they're talking about Sigmund Freud. They both agree it's some physical thing. So was Dr. Goldfire losing his mind? John says no big difference in the old version. Question, going forward, if there is a big flavor scene like the one about O'Reilly and his hand washing, but it seems like just flavor, still want me to tell you? I think if it's just flavor text, we won't read it, but it would still be curious to hear if you have any thoughts on anything you read and it was big or different. But I think it'll be too crazy. We shouldn't read it just if the flavor is different. But if you see anything interesting that's noteworthy, you could just out of curiosity, you could tell us. Okay. There seemed to be some little suggestion from people that, like, this isn't the Goldfire I know. So that's weird. Like, were we visited by the real Goldfire? It seems like Watson would recognize if we weren't. Does he have a brother? Let's look up Goldfire in the directory. See if we have an address for him other than where he worked. Well, I don't see any Goldfire in the white pages. Nor in the yellow pages under Doctor, so we can't very well visit him. Okay, who's next up for us? He says it's not Goldfire. So either Goldfire is losing his mind or there's some swapping of who's who, sounds like. All right, let's go to Henry Gray at Middlesex Hospital. So let's see if Henry Gray is in the list of doctors. Okay, so there's no Henry Gray in the list of doctors, but under hospitals, there's Middlesex Hospital is 10 Northwest. Okay, let's go to 10 Northwest. In the rich part of town. Middlesex Hospital. Right there. Let me just put a little mark here. Northwest. All right, let's see what we got at 10 Northwest. After having asked many passers-by, we find the laboratory which doubles as an office for Dr. Henry Gray. Inside the room, there are bodies, both whole and cut up, of primates of all sorts. The man we suppose is Dr. Gray is leaning on the shoulder of a young man holding a sketch pad. The two are carefully observing a human corpse laid out on the dissection table, the left leg open, revealing its morbid musculature. We wait for Dr. Gray to pull away before questioning him. Dr. Gray? Yes? Could we bother you, despite your packed schedule, to ask you a few questions about one of your colleagues, Dr. Goldfire? Who are you? My name is Wiggins. We're assisting Sherlock Holmes in an investigation at Dr. Goldfire's request. In that case, I'm listening. How long have you known Dr. Goldfire? Well, I met him while I was working at Charing Cross more than 10 years ago. Do you consider him to be a friend? I think so, yes. Our relationship is, above all else, professional. And what were you doing on Saturday night? I was at home. Why? Well, Dr. Goldfire told us about his recent work on the workings of the subconscious and the detection of killers to be through the analysis of a series of test questions. That's absurd. I can't believe that George Talmud Goldfire has told you this. Another person telling us that there's no way Goldfire would be working on this. Just like I do, he believes that psychic issues have an organic origin. You must be mistaken, young man. However, sir... Oh, this is us. However, sir, he told Sherlock Holmes that he had determined by using this method that one of the 4 doctors on this list wanted to kill him. A list on which your name appears. Dr. Gray's behavior, calm and polite so far, changes entirely upon hearing that last sentence. He turns crimson, and his eyes seem to be on the verge of popping out of his head. I'm a doctor, held in high esteem by my peers. That theory is the most stupid thing I've ever heard, and I refuse to believe that it's the work of Dr. Goldfire. I suggest you take your theories and your accusations elsewhere. Good day. All right. Well, no new information, just exactly the same as the other guy, although I shouldn't quite say that because he did turn... So this is Dr. Henry Gray. And he says they worked at Charing Cross. We might want to visit there. And he says he was at home Saturday night. And he says it's unlike George Goldfire. And then he turns red when he was told about the list. Refuse to believe it's the work of Dr. Goldfire. Okay. And who was the 46 Southeast? Dr. Gibilisco. Did Dr. Gibilisco at 46 Southeast give us his alibi? Let me just look at this. What were you doing? Sorry, why are you asking? Dr. Goldfire hired us. We asked him where he was, and he says, why are you asking? So he gives us no alibi. Kind of weird, huh? Small difference, not mention of Saturday Night Alibi in original. No mention. Okay, so Jonathan is saying that in the original, Henry Gray doesn't say he was home. He just gives us no alibi. Well, we can't look him up anyway at his home, so that doesn't really matter. All right, so Charles Hale at St. George Hospital. Let's look up this, and then we'll take a little break. So first, let's look him up. St. George Hospital is 57 Southwest. And that's it. He's not independently in the books. 57 Southwest. 57 Southwest. This is Charles Hale. So that's where we're going next. 57 Southwest. Charles Hale. Okay, let's put a little mark. There's St. George Hospital. Right there. 57 Southwest. No, Sir Charles isn't here yet today. It's not like him. He should already be here. Can you give us his address? Yeah, he lives on Eaton Terrace at number 44, I believe. And do you know Dr. Goldfire? Yes, he comes from time to time. I don't know who we're talking to. Have you ever seen him with Sir Charles? Were they friends? Friends? That's odd. I must admit I've never imagined that Goldfire could have friends. But to answer your question, yes, I've seen them together on many occasions, and while they seemed distant towards each other, there didn't seem to be any animosity between them. Okay, so this is Sir Charles Hale. We're told he's not at St. George Hospital, which is unusual. Maybe Jonathan in the original can tell us who he's talking to. Is this his secretary or someone? Okay, and then he says he's home at 44 Eaton Terrace. And she says, or whoever says, Goldfire doesn't have friends, but Charles Hale and Goldfire hang out a lot. Okay, let's find out what neighborhood 44 Eaton Terrace is. Is it in the northwest? There's 44. No Eaton Terrace. What about NEC? 44 doesn't look like it. How about 44 here? Woburn Place, Upper Bedford. No. How about down here? 44 Eaton Terrace. Okay, so here it is, down in the southwest neighborhood. So this will be 44 Southwest, where Sir Charles Hale lives. Let's put a little marker on that. Remember to go there next. John says 57 Southwest, no big difference. Person we are talking to still not identified in the original. Okay. All right, let's take another 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll see what Dr. Charles or Sir Charles Hale has to say for himself. Why he wasn't at work this afternoon. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. I was just thinking how incredible it is that we are playing a game written in the 90s that disappeared, then was translated into French and reprint and then translated back into English in 2016. 6 years later, we are back playing it, and we're playing it simulating that we're back in the 1890s, and we're playing these two multiverses at the same time. It's pretty heady stuff. It's really just a fascinating feeling of being in all these different times, traveling through time in different time periods at the same time. And how many different people's minds we are encountering. The authors, translators, Sherlock Holmes. Can you see that little tail that went behind me? Okay. Jonathan says, should we report back that our client is dead? Presumably killed himself. So what is our, if we had to make a theory now, either he's gone insane, perhaps through some brain damage, or we're being tricked by someone who's like a double of this doctor. Very strange how all his other doctor friends say he would never believe in something like this. All right, so we were going to go to this guy's home, Sir Charles Sir Charles Hale. So let's do that, and then we're going to have to regroup and think about where we want to go to next. So we're going to 44 Eaton Terrace, which is here. 44 Southwest. We spent a lot of time in the Southwest recently. Southwest neighborhood of London. Okay, let's see what we got. Southwest, Sir Charles Hale's home, and he should be at work. Why isn't he? Wiggins brings down the heavy brass knocker on Sir Hale's door many times, but no one answers. To our great surprise, when we turn the handle, the door opens. To our great surprise, when we turn the handle, the door opens. We enter timidly. Sir Charles? Wiggins' voice is weak despite its echo heard throughout the apparently empty house. The door to his office is cracked open and we enter cautiously. A tragic tableau is laid out for us in the room. He's dead, says Wiggins, after having searched for a pulse on his neck. Let's take a quick look before calling the police. Whoa, another dead person? Sir Charles, at least we assume that's who he is lying on the floor on his stomach. The right side of his head is bloody, and he seems to have been hit with a blunt object. His right hand, of which the middle finger is stained with ink, lies near his head. Middle finger stained with ink. Lies near his head. His left arm is lying along his body. Look, in the fireplace, we discover a half-burned cane. The handle is silver and bears a crest which Wiggins recognizes as being the crest for the University of London. An engraving states, Promotion 1878 G. Taubman Goldfire. Wiggins slowly walks to the telephone and calls Scotland Yard. Well, interesting. Okay, so Sir Charles Hale is dead. Presumably on the night, although maybe an autopsy will tell better. So killed presumably before Tuesday, September 13th morning. So possibly Monday, September 12th. Okay, let's see what else we've got. So we fit the cane in fireplace burning is for G. Taubman Goldfire. We might want to reread our introduction, see if if he had his cane at that time, which was last night. And we caught the case. Okay, so then silver handle with crest from University of London. Okay, what else do we have? Lying on the floor. The right side of his head is bloody. Okay, so on the body it says right side of head is bloody. Blunt object hit him, like the cane. And then it says right hand, middle finger, ink near his head. His right hand, middle finger stained with ink, lies near his head. Left arm near body. Huh. Interesting. I want to look at the introduction again where he came in. We got his card. The moment he comes in, he says, "Hello, John." Watson takes care of his coat and cane. So he had his coat and cane when he visited us. He could have killed this guy before or after, I guess. As soon as we hire him, he leaves. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again and talk about the good old days. It doesn't say he takes his coat and cane, but do we think that he must have? It's weird. Holmes takes his coat and cane, right, and then he just jumps up and leaves. After a brief nod towards Holmes, he leaves the room, still ignoring us. I guess it's not Well, it is important. If he left it here, then that couldn't have been his cane. Jonathan says, big differences. Message written in blood and different cane. Probably want to read it. Message is written in ink, but still different. It's written in blood. Okay. Let's read it. Crazy. Promotion 1878. I guess I'll write that down. All right, so Jonathan says the clue in the original game is completely different. 44 Southwest. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, he's dead. Face down, the right side of the back of his head. That's important, right side of back of his head. Face down. His right hand, ink stains on the middle finger, lies near his head. His left arm is stretched out. Index fingers coated with coagulated blood. On the polished wood floor, we can see written in blood, Pretorius. It's completely different. Okay, so in the alternate universe original version, his right hand with ink stains is near his head, but his left arm is stretched out, not by his body. His left arm is stretched out, and he's written in blood, Pretorius. And then in the fireplace, they find Dr. Pretorius's cane. I'm just going to put 44 Southwest alternate reality. Reality. Blood says Dr. Pretorius. And cane is Dr. Pretorius. So you have to assume someone's trying to frame people, but it's... So in the old case, they're trying to frame Pretorius. And in the new case, they're trying to frame the doctor himself, Goldfire. John says, in my universe, it seems like someone is really framing Pretorius. Yes, and in my universe, they're framing Goldfire himself. Kind of fascinating. All right. Well, let's think. What's our next options? We've been to the Carlton restaurant where he ate, and the guy said he heard nothing. He didn't hear the gunshot. We visited the 4 people on the list, and we found his dead body. And everyone says it's not like Goldfire to believe in this subconscious nonsense. I think maybe it's time to go to the coroner. That's right. I was thinking the same thing as Jonathan. Let's go to a couple of our newspaper things. Coroner and maybe the criminologist next. All right, so we're going to go to the coroner, that's our place. The coroner mentioned here about the Thames body, Bobby Field. So 91 EC coroner Bobby Fields. All right, let's mark that. '91 EC. '94. 88, 89, 91. Right next to the hospital. I think that's right. Now I remember. Okay, 91. Bobby Field? Oh yeah, that guy was found under Vauxhall. As I said, there isn't an investigation planned about him for today. We'll take care of him tomorrow, starting at 10. That's it. But he was found under Vauxhall. No investigation planned. Found under Vauxhall Bridge. We were told that before. And we haven't tried looking up him in the directory either. Maybe his home address. Seems like we might want to do that. So it would be nice to get an location for Vauxhall Bridge and see if Bobby Fields is in the directory. Okay, well, we've got 3 fields. 57 WC. I'm just going to write down our fields. '57 WC, 100 SW, and 89 WC. No entry for Bobby Field, but we don't know. Do we know how old Bobby Field is? Is he young enough to be living with his parents? Bobby Field, head trauma. All right, well, where's Vauxhall Bridge? Can we go investigate that if we wanted to, or we could talk to his family? He was brought here. Westminster, Lambeth. Here's Vauxhall Bridge all the way down here. Well, there's no real number here, but I wonder if he escaped from Millbank Prison. I think we might want to stop off at Millbank. There's the bridge. Closest place would be 76. That seems like a long shot. Let's try visiting his house. We know the doctor's friend thought he was acting weird if he accused them. Could he have been under the influence of opium? Yeah, it's possible, but he wasn't really... Opium knocks you out. It doesn't make you crazy, although according to the newspaper, it was kind of making him crazy. It's worth thinking about. Let me just quickly knock on some doors here to see if anyone is a relative of Bobby Field. It's Field, right? Not Fields. Bobby Field, yeah. All right, so I'm going to knock on the 3 relatives of Bobby Field's door. 57 WC, no entry. 89 WC, no entry. And 100 Southwest. No entry. Okay, so no direct evidence for Bobby Field. That was strange. The game seemed like it wanted us to investigate him. River and its shores. So someone could have dumped him in the river from nearby. All right, well, we'll just put a pin in that for now. Let's go to the... John says didn't get any hits for those clues either. You know. Let's go to... let's go to this talk at King's College Hospital. Professor Benedict of Vienna. Remember, it's the Viennese and Freud that believes in subconscious. So I wonder... although this guy seems to believe it's damage to the brain too. Let's try going to this guy's talk. So King's College. King's College is up in here somewhere, isn't it? Or here. I don't know what I'm looking for in there. King's College Hospital, 71 WC. WC, King's College Hospital. So we're pursuing some of the newspaper leads now. All right, let's mark it on the board. 71 WC. Should be a red building, right? There's 70. Maybe I need my glasses. I see 70, a rare black building. Not sure why. Where's 71? Why can't I find it? Am I showing you guys where it is? Sorry, there it is. It's kind of odd that it's not in a proper red building. All right, 71 WC. It looks like half of London has come to listen to Professor Benedict and see his collection, declares Wiggins, as we take our place at the end of the waiting line. The queue moves swiftly, and we soon step through the auditorium's entrance. Wiggins pays the young lady the price of all of our tickets, and we sit down at the back of the packed auditorium. The room holds close to 200 people, far from Wiggins' exaggerated estimates. The hubbub caused by such a crowd immediately stops when the clock strikes 8 and a robust man comes on to stand in the middle of the stage. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Morris Benedict from the University of Vienna. I'm happy to see so many of you here. Tonight's conference presents an introduction to the comparative anatomy of brains. All of the specimens I'm about to introduce to you have been removed by myself from criminals I've interrogated at length. Most were executed for their crimes. The others died of natural causes. During the professor's speech, 2 young assistants have placed an easel covered in charts near the podium. The professor then launches into a description and detailed comparison of brain areas, criminals or not. We throw a glance at Wiggins and see him head down, chin on his chest, his eyes are closed, and is breathing deep. Careful to imitate our leader, we also doze off. So they're just taking a nap. Oh, but look, something happened. An elbow jab from Wiggins pulls us out of our short nap at the very moment where a distant clock strikes 10. 2 hours later. The speaker is still in the middle of comparing the fissures and the gyri in an enthusiastic way, but he seems to realize the agitation of the public and quickly puts an end to his conference. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe he's speaking in a German accent. If you now wish to examine my brain collection, I'd be happy to show them to you. The curtains open to reveal 3 long tables covered in sealed jars, each containing a brain floating in a yellowish liquid. Please enter the stage from the left and leave by the right in order to see all of the study subjects. Let's try to talk with Herr Professor, says Wiggins. We follow him and end up in front of the professor, proud like a peacock in front of the line of amateurs who walk by in front of his brain collection. Professor Benedict, says Wiggins, can we chat with you for just a moment? Of course, young man. What is the matter? We work for Dr. Goldfire. For George? Where is he? I'm not sure he knows him. I'm not sure, answers Wiggins evasively. We should have met last night when I arrived in London. But he did not make it. He should have been here tonight, and I don't see him. That's not like him. You work for him? Yes. Are you doctors? No, detectives. Detectives! Why would George need detectives? He believes his life to be in danger. What do you mean in danger? He suspects someone of wanting to murder him. Murder? I would think I was hearing a joke, except that George doesn't have a sense of humor. Tell me everything. Says Dr. Goldfire has reason to believe that his life is in danger. He told us that he came up with a psychological test which would allow him to decipher the subconscious of an individual and detect a potential killer. He gave us a list of suspects, all doctors. Wiggins hands the list to Benedict. That is grotesque, shouts the professor after having looked over the list. Do you know who these men are? They are some of the most respected practitioners in the world of science. A test to decipher the subconscious? Absurd. Who gave you that list? Dr. Goldfire did. That is ridiculous. It's not even his handwriting. Big clue. course it is, answers Wiggins, perplexed. I hold a regular written correspondence with George, and this is not his handwriting. Moreover, he'd never proclaim such absurdities to be from unconscious motives. This isn't a country doctor, a psychoanalyst, or a charlatan pretending he could cure patients by making them talk endlessly and analyzing their dreams. While these theories are becoming increasingly popular, George knows that all disease has a physical source. George knows all disease have a physical source. I don't know what game you're playing, gentlemen, but I have no wish to be part of it. And before Wiggins can add anything, Professor Benedict walks away from us in long strides and exits the stage, leaving us with his brain collection. So, Dr. Benedict gave us some big clues. He says, handwriting is not George. And 2, he agrees with everyone else that George doesn't believe in subconscious. Let's just shorten it that way. Any thoughts from Jonathan? John says 71WC is a big difference. Much more of the lecture is included in the original. Just flavor, though, I think, but like a page of flavor. Let's just quickly take a look at it. Oh, wow, look at this. He's talking about the sylvan fissure, the parietal lobe. He's giving a big description of certain criminals' brains. So it's kind of fascinating that everyone agrees that the criminal minds are being caused by physical deformities in the brain, physical ailments in the brain, and they think George agrees with that too. George is saying that it's some subconscious thing, but they're all saying it's not George. And now he's saying this isn't even George's handwriting, which is a huge clue. So let's think about our options here. Either it's not George who wrote the note, who was in our office, who visited us, but then wouldn't Watson recognize him? You would think. So this leads me to believe that maybe George is having a breakdown, like George has lost his mind. And maybe he did kill himself. And then the theory would be that his nervous breakdown, brain stroke, that's causing him to go crazy and get paranoid, is causing a change in his handwriting. That would be the theory there. The other theory is that, in fact, there's a different person who's came to visit us and who's known to all these doctors, but that's pretty weird. Who would know if he's losing his mind? The guy who got killed. I mean, we could try Jonathan's theory that this is about that he's addicted to opium, but let's see, what does it tell us about people who causing people? This guy knows George. He corresponds with him. I'm just going to look up if we have this Roble house that got burgled in our newspaper, just for the fun of it. The Robles, 73 Southwest. While we're doing newspaper stuff, just going to go visit the Robles house. The Robles here got robbed. The house of Thurston Robles, and he's in the newspaper. So I'm going to stop by his house and see if he can tell us anything. Maybe we can connect him to Bobby Field, who got killed under Vauxhall Bridge. Just doing some loose ends while we decide where to go next for Goldfire. So 73 Southwest. There's no entry for 73 Southwest. Let me just make sure I looked that up correctly. Thurston Roble, 75 Southwest. All the way down at the bottom. Okay, 75 Southwest, there is an entry. We're not from the police, we work for Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is interested in our burglary. What good news! We're in the boudoir of the Robles house talking to Miss Amanda Robles, the woman of the house. She's an energetic woman with auburn hair and hazelnut eyes. I'm totally open to helping you. What would you like to know? We only know what was said in the newspapers, says Wiggins. Could you tell us more about the missing items? Then, if it's not too much to ask, could we talk to the household staff? Of course. However, as I've told the police, we're sure that the people in our employ have nothing to do with that. They've been with us for so long. There were very few stolen items. 3 pieces of jewelry from my nightstand. Very few stolen items. A ruby, gold, and diamond one is the most expensive of the 3. My husband had given it to me less than a year ago. There was also a brooch, worth very little, but it was a gift from my parents for my 16th birthday, and I'm very sad that it's disappeared. The 3rd piece is a gold pendant inset with little gems. In addition to the stolen jewelry, 2 small silver platters were taken. Luckily, I had taken much of my jewelry with me on the trip to Ipswich. Do the police have any idea as to who was behind the crime and how they got in? They didn't really share their theories with us, but it seems they believe it was the work of a lone thief, as few things were stolen, and that he came in through a window on the ground floor at the back of the house. The work of a professional, according to the police, but I don't think they have any leads as to his identity. I must admit that the idea of a man breaking into our house in our absence is very disturbing, even if I feel lucky that so few things have gone missing. So few things. Miss Robles has remained calm throughout our interview, but her voice breaks with that last answer and she looks away. After a few moments, she resumes. You were asking about the household staff, she says as she leads us out of the boudoir. There are only two you'll need to question. Margaret, our cook, doesn't live here and was absent the entire weekend. This is Huskins, our butler. Huskins, these gentlemen are associates of Sherlock Holmes and are investigating the robbery. I've assured them you would give your full cooperation. Mr. Wiggins, I entrust you to Huskins' care. He'll bring in Emily when you want to talk with her. Thank you for your help, Miss Robles. We'll do all we can to make sure you recover what belongs to you. Mr. Wiggins, I suppose you'll want to know my schedule between the departure of Mr. and Mrs. Robles on Saturday and the discovery of the theft Monday morning. Hoskins, in his well-groomed 50s, is a small man of average height and at first glance a perfect incarnation of the British butler. Without waiting for a reply from Wiggins, he begins to give a detailed description of the 48 hours in question. That's all my fault. I should have had at least discovered the problem sooner. I've been neglectful in my daily routine. Lazy. Normally I check all doors and windows before leaving. I didn't do so Sunday night. I also should be checking the silverware, but as it hadn't been used, I didn't do so, to my great regret. And it continues here. I suppose you followed your routine Saturday night, and thus the burglary only happened on Sunday. Totally, sir. Emily and I were present from 7. It would be disconcerting to think that this man had come into the house during the night in which we were both sleeping, but it is a possibility. He shakes his head. Ah, Emily, he says, seeing a young woman of 18 years of age appear on the stairs. These gentlemen have a few questions to ask you. I can tell you what I know, which is not much. Saturday night I was with my uncle and my aunt in Bermondsey, and I only came back Sunday early in the evening. I've been over all I remember, but I can't think of anything that was out of the ordinary. Sorry, gentlemen. Well, so they were there Saturday night. If the robbery was Saturday, it had to have happened while they were sleeping. Doesn't really help us. All right. Well, we've got all our informants. I mean, the criminologist seems like a useful place to go. Can we... I'm trying to... In our multiverse, the cane was given to him from the University of London. I wonder if we could visit there and find out more about him. London University College is at 43 WC. Let's go to London University College to see if anyone knows anything about him. Let's see if there's an entry for 43 WC. No, there's no 43 WC. So that's not helpful. And there's no Taubman in the directory, is there? There's no Taubman. There's no Goldfire. Interesting. John says Scotland Yard also makes sense. Both interviews our client is dead, so I think we have a reason to go there. Yes, I agree with you completely about that. So the robbery, let me just make my notes for the robbery. The Robles robbery. What are we told? 73 Southwest. I didn't really write down any good notes for that. 75 Southwest. 75 Southwest, we're just told few items. They seem to be of personal importance to us, to her. Then we have Hoskins, the butler, Emily, and then there's a woman who's been gone for a while, right? Who's the woman who's been gone? Margaret, the cook. She's been gone, doesn't live here, was absent the entire weekend. But we have no information about her last name, so we can't look her up. All right. Unless she's mentioned in the paper somewhere. All right, Scotland Yard. Let's go to Scotland Yard and the criminologist. So next up is 13 Southwest Scotland Yard. Okay. Okay, 13 Southwest. No, Inspector Lestrade isn't here, but Inspector Gregson is. What do you want, Wiggins? Gregson asks us as we enter his office. I hope you're not going to hang around for long. Inspector seems to be in a good mood today. We only need to be in here for a moment, Inspector, says Wiggins as he slumps into the chair facing the desk. The inspector shakes his head. Gregson closes a file and pushes it to the corner of his impeccably tidy desk. Here's a case I won't be losing any sleep over, he says softly. What is that one about? He won't be losing sleep. We say, what is that one about? We're just chatting with Gregson. He says, Bobby Field. Bobby Field is one of the least reputable characters in London, and he's been killed. Yeah, I saw the article in the police news. He was found in the Thames, isn't that right? That's true. It was probably revenge. He must have let down someone one too many times. Too much cash, not enough judgment, if you see what I mean. We're rounding up the usual suspects. And now, Wiggins, what brings you here? What do you know about Dr. Goldfire? He's an expert. He advises us from time to time when we catch a true madman. He's an expert in psychopaths. That's it. So he says Bobby Field. So maybe Porky will know about him. Bobby Field is least reputable. It's probably revenge. Too much cash, not enough judgment, if you see what I mean. I'm not sure what that means. Must have let down someone once too many times. Stolen money, I guess. Ripped off people. And it's reminding us that we might want to visit the police news. All right. And we might want to visit Porky now to find out. Of course, this is a side story. It's not really related to our thing. Let's go to the criminologist. We've got 2 people dead now. It seems like the criminologist would be a logical place to go. Our criminologist is H.R. Murray, and we've also got the chief medical examiner, 38 EC. But we're going to start by going to H.R. Murray, 22 Southwest, while we're in the neighborhood. Murray is the criminologist. Okay, let's mark it while we're in the neighborhood. I thought we were in the neighborhood. It's not this 22 Southwest. It's got to be a different one there. Okay, 22 Southwest. Let's see if there's an entry for that. Murray's on top of one of his work tables, breathing deeply and with a beatific smile. Signs which show he's deeply asleep. I hate waking him up, says Wiggins, but I'd like to know what was found on the body of Bobby Field. We wait for a moment while Wiggins makes up his mind. Apparently he came to a conclusion. We should be able to find the right box, he says, while starting to search a nearby shelf. There it is. Let's see. 7 shillings, 9 pence. Tools of the trade, he says, while showing a full key ring and a small tool evidently meant to pick locks. That's all. No need to wake him up, I think. He returns the items to the box, returns the box to the shelf, and we leave discreetly. So he's got a little bit of money, and he's a thief that can pick locks. So Bobby Field is a thief who picks locks. Here's something to point out. Can I point out that Bobby Field's body was found here under Vauxhall Bridge? Can you guys see that? Can you see what this is here? 75? This is the Robles house that got robbed. So did he rob them and fall into the river or something? Or get killed and went right into the river? I mean, isn't this a little bit of a coincidence? I don't know if the camera's panned out enough so you can see this, but here is the Robles house, right here. And here's where the body's found. And he's the guy who can pick locks. And the time matches. So I think he was robbing them. Yeah, and the body's found on Monday. Apparently suffered head trauma. So I wonder if he fell out of an upstairs window or something. And now why did we recognize this? Because we put markers on our maps. This is the first time maybe in all of the games we've played where we've been marking up places that us putting these markers here has actually helped us realize something. So body found here. Here he came in during an upstairs from a downstairs window and he fell out. And he either fell out of there and rolled into the river, or they killed him and threw him into the river. But I think that might be that. Jonathan says, good catch, Jesse. Thank you. I should have put a marker there where we found the body, though. So I've just added one now. All right. Well, that might be wrapping up Bobby Field's side story, but it doesn't help us with Goldfire. Okay, well, let's look at our allies again and decide if we want to visit another one of these. So I think we went to Murray, we went to Scotland Yard, we went to the coroner's office where he was going to do an autopsy on Bobby Field, but not yet. Let's go to the chief medical examiner. Let's see if he's got any information for us. And then maybe we should go to the police news. Might be time to go to the carriage stables to see if we can track anyone going to kill the other doctor. Carriage stables is always a good place, right? Let's go to the carriage stables first. 5WC. It's always useful to see if we get any carriages. We've got a couple places we'd like to see a carriage. We'd like to see if there's a carriage that went to... There's going to be lots of carriages going to the hospitals, but that one Sir Charles Hale died at his house, and it would be nice if we could find a carriage of someone who went there. Let's take an 8-minute break first. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're 3:30, almost 4.5 hours in. We haven't made much progress on our main case. Jonathan and I were just talking theories. I was saying the handwriting bothers me. This guy knows it's not him. Knows it's not his handwriting. Unless, of course, Benedict is the killer. And I was saying, well, in real life, people who get brain damage or get injured in the brain can have their handwriting changed and their personality changed, but it's a little odd that it would the handwriting would look so neat afterwards. And so I was wondering if I wish we could ask Watson if he really recognizes this guy from med school. Like, how long has it been since he's seen him? Jonathan was saying it's a little weird that he was referred to as G. Taubman Goldfire. Could it be there was a different G. Goldfire than George? Yeah, we are not told his first name till we talk to one of these people who then says George. And so Jonathan was wondering, could there be another Taubman Goldfire? Another G. Taubman Goldfire, that does not seem reasonable unless he had a brother who was also named G. So that would be the other possibility. It seems like a long shot to me. And then how do we explain the gunshot he heard? The most parsimonious explanation still seems to me, like if you presented me with all these facts, the most consistent explanation would be that Goldfire has lost his mind, it's become paranoid, maybe opium as a contributor, but become paranoid and crazy, and actually did kill Pretorius, confronted him, said, you're after me, killed him, and then killed himself. That's pretty consistent. But we need to find a way to track some of that down. All right, let's go to the carriage depot. And let's see if maybe we can get on a trail of one of these people. So 5WC. Okay. 5WC does seem to have some stuff for us. We always enjoy, ever since Adventures by Gaslight, getting these nice... Sorry, yes, I meant killed Sir Charles. It's always fun to get these cab stuff. So let's see here. In fact, let's do super close up on this. And let's see if I can't print out. Where did I move all my prints? Okay, let's see what it says. We wait for over an hour in front of the stables for Wiggins to look over the logs of the cab drivers. We watch the beautiful cabs entering and leaving the stables in their unceasing ballet throughout London. We soon see Wiggins snaking his way through the traffic towards us. I found some information which should be of interest to us, he says, notepad in hand. Let's go to that cafe and see what we can get out of it. We're quickly sitting around the table, tea and coffee cups around Wiggins' list. Here is some interesting information from yesterday. Okay. So from yesterday, which is Monday, when our guy visited us. So there he is, leaving Baker Street and going someplace. This is awesome. All right, we've broken this case wide open. Let me just go get the printout. Okay. So thanks to my new feature and button, I've got us a printout of this that we can mark up. So let's write in here, we got cab schedule. Okay, let's look at this now. This last entry has him leaving 221B Baker Street, having someone leaving, but that's going to be our guy. And where does he go? 76 Southampton Row. We don't know what that is. And look where he's coming from. 67 Elizabeth Street to our place. So he's arriving at, 6:40 or so. And then 15 minutes later, he's leaving. Not only that, there's Eaton Terrace. What have we got here? This is fascinating. So Eaton Terrace is the address of the house where the guy was killed, right? Eaton Terrace, 44. That's Sir Charles Hall's house, where Charles Hall was killed. Yeah, this is Sir Charles. And now let's see if 67 Elizabeth is nearby. Let's find where 67 Elizabeth is. Boy, this case seems like it's cracked wide open here. There's Elizabeth Street right there. Look at that. So, in other words, he kills this guy, then he walks across the street, gets a cab, straight to us, straight to Sherlock Holmes, and tries to hire us. And then from Baker Street, he goes to 76 Southampton Road. So, let's mark some of this stuff. So this is where he gets on his place. And where did he come from? 28 Lambeth Road. And then this looks like some other trip. Oh no, it's all to the same place. Holy cow, these are all related to our thing. 82 Hastings to Lambeth. Then someone else meets him at Lambeth. And then from Lambeth, here. Wow. Or it could be someone following him. Jonathan says, I think we have to check all these places. Well, yeah. Yeah, we're going to check these places. I'm just saying, like, 2 people are arriving at Lambeth Road at around 6:30, and then one person is, or 2 people together. So this could be someone following him, or it could be him. Or it could be 2 people, 2 brothers. Wow, this is all quite fascinating, though. All right, let's pick out these different places. So just so we're on the same page here. Okay, Elizabeth Street is right across the street from 44 Eaton Terrace, where our guy was killed. We only know he was killed before this morning, so it makes complete sense that he was killed last night. Okay, so then so we know what all these addresses are. We don't know where 76 Southampton Row is, his final destination. And we don't know where 28 Lambeth is and where Hastings and Tavistock. So let's see if we can pick those places out. In fact, I'm going to mark them with green things, and we'll come back to follow up on the green stuff in a second. So 221B Baker Street, which is 42 Northwest. I'm just marking these in green. That means we haven't been there yet, but they're part of this cab trail. Okay, then 44 Eaton, where we have been and found the dead body. All right, let's find the last place in the thing, 76 Southampton Row. Where is that going to be? Is that going to be near one of our people? It's not southeast. 76. It's not up there. That's a hotel. It's definitely not up there. No. Okay. How about here? 76 Southampton Road. Okay, so there's his final destination. Is there. Nothing else near there that we know about. All right, now let's track what these other places are. 2 people are meeting up at 28 Lambeth Road. That's very curious. Let's find where 28 Lambeth Road is. Let's check here. "28 Lambeth Road is the Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum." Right there. So let me put a little green thing here. Okay. So they're meeting up at the Lunatic Asylum. Is this where he's meeting with Praetorian? Or not Praetorian? Yeah, Praetorian. I don't know. I can't remember which doctor is at Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum. Is that Praetorian? Yes, Praetorius. Oh, he steals his cane. He steals his cane. He steals his cane. Then he goes and kills him and leaves his cane. But in our universe, it's our guy's cane, right? That's a little weird. Let me just check in with Jonathan. Jonathan says there's a difference. In the original, it's 855 Baker to 82 Tavistock. Whereas in our case, Tavistock starts out, but not in the end. That's interesting. I was thinking he went here to get his cane and then planted it in the fireplace. But in our universe, the cane in the fireplace belongs to our guy, not Praetorius. So that would not make sense, but let's consider that. I'm going to come back. So John says, in original, after leaving Baker Street, he goes to the place someone left at 6:20. Yeah, that's weird. All right, let's find what 82 Tavistock Place is, though. So this is the place he used to go to before the hospital. 2 people go there. One from 82 Tavistock and one from 82 Hastings, which could be right next to each other. Let's see. Let's see. $80, 82 Hastings. There it is. Okay, so someone takes a cab from 82 Hastings to Bethlehem, and then someone else at the end goes back here. And then where's 82 Tavistock? Is that the same place? Yes, it is. That's right on the other side, sorry, of this block here. So at 6:15 p.m., someone takes a cab from this corner all the way down to Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum. And then 5 minutes later, someone takes a cab from here to Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum. So is it 2 brothers? That both live in this house? All right, so let's retrace the cab ride now. 6:15, someone from Hastings here gets a cab down to the hospital. 5 minutes later, maybe someone who's standing on the corner trying to follow says, follow that cab. So someone goes from here back down to Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum. Then 2 hours later, someone takes a cab from here to 44 Eaton, kills Sir Charles Hall, then gets in a cab to Baker Street. Presumably this is our guy who visited us, Taubman. Visits us, hires us, and is like, okay, I'm gone. Then goes from here to up, down, back to here. So, again, the follow-up, Jonathan says, in the original case, after visiting us here, instead of going to 76 to a new location, they go right back up to the hospital. Not 82 WC, Jonathan, you mean 28 Southeast. Or, oh, back here. The last trip is 82 WC, so they go back to their original house. Not to the hospital, to here, okay. Back to where they started. Okay, so in the original, they go back here. In the new one, they go back. Sorry, Jonathan says, in the original, they go back here. And in the new one, they go not quite all the way back. This could be a cafe or something. All right, so how should we tackle this? Do you want to go from the end backwards or start of the beginning forward? I wonder if we're going to find two brothers. Or someone following him. I like the idea that he stole the cane. Remember, the guy can't find his cane, so it makes sense that someone stole his cane. But that only makes sense with the new clues. I mean, it only makes sense with the original clue that the cane in the fireplace belongs to Pretorius. With the new thing, with the cane, it doesn't quite make sense. John says, I feel like 82 WC, the starting location, is the most important, so save it for us. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to work backwards. So we're going to see his final destination, which is the new clue that's not in the old one. So we're going to start after he left us. He went to 76 Southampton Row. Let's go there, 76 WC, and let's see if we can pick up any clue there. I wouldn't be surprised if there's nothing there. Just where he got dropped off, but let's see. 76 WC. So Jonathan, you don't have this one in your book. "76 WC says, Mrs. Warren seems to be a regular reader of the tales of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and it's with pleasure that she shows us her register. Only one person arrived yesterday in the evening, a certain W. Taubfire Goldman." W. Taubfire Goldman? W? This is going to be a hotel, 76 WC. In fact, I wonder if it's one of our... I'll bet it's a hotel. Or a boarding house. Well, now we got a clue. This is not a G. Taubman Goldman? Taubfire Goldman. Oh, it's a fake name. It's a fake name. I'm just curious what 76WC actually is. I don't see it as a house, as a hotel. There it is, Mrs. Warren. It's a boarding house. Okay, so 76WC. 76WC is Miss Warren's boarding house. And we know that W. Taubfire Goldman, which is an alias, checked in on the 12th, last night, is Monday, September 12th, last night. Okay, so that's his final destination, hiding out in a boarding house and using an alias to disguise himself. Okay. Now, proceeding backwards, let's stop off. Should we stop off at Sherlock Holmes's house and see if there's a clue there, or is that going to be a hint that we don't want? I feel like logically we should be going there, and it'll be a chance to confront Watson, but I don't want to get a hint. All right, let's skip it for now. So tracing back, the person goes to Baker Street, and I can change this from a green to a blue now. Okay, just put a blue on top of it, near it. So we know we went there. Okay, then we went back to Baker Street. We're tracing backwards, and from Baker Street to Elizabeth Street, which we know is across the street from Eaton Place, Eaton Terrace. And then from there, backing up to Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum, which we already met Pretorius, who's missing his cane. And then that is from 82. So now it's time to hit 82, which is the start of two people, it looks like, leaving for the hospital. This is our most curious situation. So 82WC, here it is. So let's put a mark on 82WC. The start of this cab ride. Here we go. 82 Hastings Street is located in one of those neighborhoods where the uniformity of meticulously clean and ordered buildings erases the idea of British individualism, a heritage from a Teutonic king for a people he never understood or loved, only led. These houses now represent British respectability. The red bricks and whitewashed fronts are the faces behind which hide doctors, lawyers, and prosperous merchants. As an answer to Wiggins' knocks on the door, an old woman comes to open it. She's imposing, the sort of woman usually found on a farm. She greets us with a brief "yes." We say, "Dr. Goldfire hired us to do some work. The doctor's not in, and I don't know when he'll be back." "We had an appointment with him," says Wiggins with an innocent look. "Could we wait for him here?" "That's not a problem for me." We follow her inside the house. "Wait in there." She points at a pair of large closed wooden doors. Wiggins slides them open and we enter Dr. Goldfire's private office. The room is so cluttered that it seems smaller than it really is. "It looks like the wing of the British Museum," says Wiggins while looking over the contents of the office. There are large tables covered in remaining pieces of skeletons, most of which don't seem human. The warmest touch is a family portrait framed on the desk. It represents a beautiful couple with their 2 sons, as well as a second young woman and a young man with a heavy mustache. Damn, looks like a younger version of the governess, observes Wiggins as we continue our examination of the room. There is a cabinet filled with jars containing brains swimming in a clear liquid. Each jar is labeled with a name and a date. "Would you look at that?" exclaims Wiggins. "It's the brains of some of the most famous murderers of Europe. A catalogue of psychopaths. The Hamburg Ripper, John Carter, the Bristol Child Slayer, and our old friend, the Giant Rat of Sumatra. Do you remember him?" "I'll go take a quick look," says Wiggins after a few minutes. "If anyone comes, just say that I've gone off to look for the bathroom," he continues while winking at us. A few minutes later, Wiggins, visibly excited, comes back into the room. "You won't believe what I found up there," he says. We climb up the large staircase while hoping no one will ask us the reason for our presence here. Paintings of landscapes or of old couples line the walls. We pause on the landing, impatient for Wiggins to show us what he's discovered. He leads us through a corridor to the right. Everything in this house seems to correspond to the bourgeois chic that one would expect from a renowned doctor. But there's something strange up in the attic. Bum, bum, bum. 2 sons, as well as a second young woman and a young man with a heavy mustache. It looks like the younger version of the governess. What governess? Is it the person who opened the door for us? All right, here we go. We climb up the narrow stairs in an armored door held shut by a heavy lock and 2 keyholes. A bell is hanging not very far away. Security here is better than in the Tower of London. Wiggins sticks his eye on each keyhole in succession. We can't see much. He then tries to talk through them. "Hello? Hello, is anyone there?" No answer. "Let's go look inside," says Wiggins, his eyes sparkling. We submit counterpoints, but what else could we do? Wiggins tries different keys until the door opens. We go in and make sure the room is void of any occupant. It's a large room which apparently is used as a residence by someone. 2 windows held fast by solid iron bars let in the last few rays of summer. Look, the bars have been pried. The iron bars are indeed able to be easily removed, but have been set in order to give an illusion of solidity. One side of the room is used as a bedroom, the other as a study. An old hazelnut desk holds a scattering of books and papers, observations on men, obsessions and phobias, the human mind, and many other books in French and in German. A framed picture lies on the desk near a bronze lamp. We recognize the same family portrait seen earlier in Goldfire's office. "What the devil?" roars the governess. "I should never have let you out of my sight, you miscreants." Her eyes quickly go over the room. "Where is... Out, all of you! You don't even respect the privacy of this house." We have many questions, but the woman's anger doesn't allow us to ask them. She chases us to the door with a broom. Okay, so we've cracked the case wide open. He's got a brother, twin, right, who's studying the subconscious. So here's our person who believes in the subconscious. So 82WC is Goldfire's house. And here we've got, he has a twin brother who is locked in a room but escaped. Right? The twin believes in subconscious. All right, so we've cracked this case wide open, but it doesn't mean we understand all the details. We don't know which one is hanging in the body is found in Bethlehem, right? So is it that the doctor goes to the hospital, the twin escapes, follows him, and then kills him and hangs him up in the hospital, and then goes and kills the other one, Charles Hall, and then comes to us and says, hey, I think someone's trying to kill me. Then he escapes, and now he's got someone else on the hook for the murder he just committed. Jonathan says, here's a weird difference. The family portrait doesn't mention the handlebar mustache explicitly. In the original, it says 2 young boys with parents and a young woman who's probably the governess. Okay, sounds like they just threw in this other guy who's just meant to throw you off the trail or something. So I think we understand it now. Let me try to recap what my proposal for the case. Our Dr. Goldfire is keeping a twin, mentally disturbed twin, upstairs in his locked attic. Yesterday, or whenever this murder was, yesterday, the doctor leaves and the twin escapes out the back. The doctor takes a cab to Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum where he works. The twin, mentally deranged, follows him in a cab. This is all consistent with our cab records. In Bethlehem Lunatic Hospital, he kills his brother and hangs him up and plants a suicide note, which he writes. The twin writes, but plants it in the doctor's jacket. Then the twin goes to the house of Sir Charles Hall, murders him, plants his brother's cane in the fireplace to blame the brother, blame Goldfire for the murder, to frame his brother for the murder, and at the same time, that's it. I'm not sure why he wants to frame his brother. All right, let's continue. Then he comes to us and he says, someone's trying to kill me. It's one of these 4 people. Because he's trying to give a reason why his brother is going to end up dead. It's a little weird. And then he goes to the boarding house and he's going to assume a new identity. It feels like it makes sense better with the original case, where he's going to frame this doctor as trying to kill him. There must be some reason why he's angry at these other doctors. Maybe these other doctors help put him away or something. I'm not sure. John says, can you reread the suicide note? Sure. This was at Bethlehem Hospital. Okay. Dr. Goldfire, he's dead. He's frozen, hanging. Policeman comes in. This note, which looks like it's from the same handwriting, possibly, so written by the fake twin. I can't look the world in the eye after what I've done. I'd rather put an end to it. So I guess the twin has to have a reason why his brother killed himself. And the reason is that the brother he's going to frame for the murder of Sir Charles Hall. And then the stuff of going to Sherlock Holmes with the paranoid thought that someone was trying to kill me is just to create a psychotic reason why the brother Goldfire would kill the other Sir Charles Hall. So the evil twin, the disturbed twin, has to kill his brother. So he has to find a way he can kill his brother and make it look kosher. So he's going to have him commit suicide. He's going to fake his suicide. But then he has to figure out why would my brother commit suicide? I have to have a reason why he would commit suicide. And so the reason he's going to commit suicide is because of guilt of a murder. So then he's got to commit, the demented twin has got to actually commit that murder, that he's now going to make his brother look like he committed suicide in guilt. So that's what he does. He goes and he commits the murder, leaves evidence that it was his brother that did it, and now he can have a reason why the brother committed suicide. And everyone's just going to wrap it up and say, okay, the Goldfire killed this guy, and then out of guilt he killed himself. And there might even be a reason why Charles Hall was picked as the victim. Maybe he's that guy in the picture. Maybe he was related to the family. They were friends for a long time, don't forget. Goldfire and Charles Hall, although we never heard why. Maybe if we talk to the Society columnist guy, he'll tell us. But that feels like a pretty diabolical plan, but it does make sense, right? And in Jonathan, in your version, it's just slightly different, right? In your version, the demented twin kills his brother and frames the Dr. Pretorius for it. By committing this other murder of Charles Hall and leaving Pretorius's cane in the fire, makes the police think that he killed Charles Hall, and then naturally they convinced he left other evidence that would lock up Pretorius for the murder. So in both cases, it's still the evil twin that did it. It's just he choosing to frame in a different way. He's covering up his murder of his brother. Okay, pretty good, pretty cool, makes sense. It was the twin, the old twin. It's the old identical twin. All right. So given that, it seems like mainly what we would have left to do is go to our other informants just to see if there's some loose ends, maybe a reason why in both universes he killed Charles Hall. And it's not clear how he knows Sir Charles Hall and why he would pick him to kill. It would be interesting to have a connection there with the twin. Maybe in records or something. We don't need it, but it would be nice. So let's see if we're just we don't really need to go to 67 Elizabeth Street. I'm going to go there just to make sure there's not an entry there, or if there is, that it's not important. Yeah, there's no entry for 67. We don't need that. All right, how about we go to some of our allies to see if, how about Office of Records? Maybe we can find records of his birth of the twin, stuff like that, just for the hell of it. Office of Records is 14WC. So a lot of places that we haven't visited. Okay, 14WC. We'll do this for a bit, then we'll take another break. Disraeli O'Brien tells us what he knows about Bobby Field. This is the Bobby Field case. What a case, that one. Got out of jail recently. These last few years, he's been going in and out nonstop. I have seen that he's always operated the same way, easily identified, and he was stupid enough to leave clues behind. He worked with Robert Hitchin often enough. Can you tell us where we could find these people? Now, Field is at the Hagwood Flophouse on Sun Street. No, he's not. He's dead. He told us when he left Millbank. Hitchin gave us a fake address, and I don't know where to find him. Thanks, says Wiggins. Do you have anything under the name of Taubman Goldfire? He asks. Nope, no file under that name. So we might pursue these, but now it just occurred to me that Goldman was the alias he used. I don't think there's going to be a Goldman to visit, but that's a common enough name. I'm embarrassed to say that actually George Taubman Goldfire is in the directory at 82WC. That's unfortunate. So we could have actually gone right there on our first clue if we had looked up Goldfire. I thought I looked up Goldfire, didn't find it. But okay, that's unfortunate that you could have gone there instead of retracing the cab stuff, which seems like it would have been more satisfying. All right, doesn't matter. So from here, 14WC, 14WC, which is the Office of Records. We know Robert Hitchin. Robert Hitchin is an accomplice of Bobby Field. Boy, if you were watching this playthrough and you saw me look up Goldfire and not find it, that would be painful. Jonathan says there's no 14WC in the original. Really? Even though it's listed as one of the allies? That's weird. Okay, Robert Hitchin is his accomplice. And then she says Bobby Field stays at Hagwood Flophouse. I mean, we know he's dead, but we could retrace and see if we can, on Sun Street, see if we can figure out if his partner killed him, which was Jonathan's theory. And then we're told he recently left Millbank prison. Well, this is where, in Jonathan's world, the Pretorius was taken. Hitchin gave us a fake address. I don't know where to find him. Okay. So let's now see if we can find Hagwood Flophouse. See if there's boarding houses for Hagwood Flophouse. Mrs. Hagwood's Flophouse is at 7EC. All right, let's go there first. There's Sun Street. Flophouse. This is where Bobby Field used to stay. Let's see if we can catch any evidence of his partner being there. EC. This is our side case we're wrapping up. She says, yeah, the poor boy lives with me. Police have been searched all of his things this morning. It's a disgrace. Could we also take a look at his things? We're trying to find out what happened to Bobby. Sure, this way, young man, you and your band. The owner, a middle-aged woman, has us climb the stairs to a small corridor. She unlocks the door and leads us into a tight room. Isn't much here that belongs to Bobby. Room is rented furnished, and he didn't bring many things when he moved in a few weeks ago. Can we look through his things? Wiggins asked courteously. Sure, it's all there. I was planning on wrapping them up tomorrow. Don't know if that boy has family who would want these back, but I do need to get the room ready for the next renter. After 20 minutes of searching through the belongings scattered across the room, we don't find anything significant. There are a few clothes, usual toiletry items, a battered leather briefcase, empty, a few newspapers and magazines, and a paper with the following note, R.H., The Borough, 86 South E, and a sketch. And the sketch has a little X right here. Well, R.H. is going to be Robert Hitchin, his partner in crime. So 86 Southeast, Southworks Southeast, the borough. All right, let's make a note of this. I'm just going to put it down here. 7EC, map for RH. Okay, let's see if we can find his partner with the jewels. Jonathan, how is 7EC different in the old version? 86 Southeast. Let's see if we can find that. Well, there's 86 Southeast, and there's Southwark Street. The borough. I wonder if the borough isn't a boarding house of some sort. The borough is a boarding house. It's 86 Southeast. Okay. So his friend Robert Hitchin is staying at a boarding house. I don't know why we need a map. Look at this map. Oh, I know why we need a map. You recognize the map, right? Jonathan says in the map, there's no there's no sketch. This is not the map of where he lives. Look at what this is. This is the map of the house they hit. Look. That's going to be, I think, there's Millbank Prison where he just escaped from. And this is going to be the house they hit. That's where the X is. The X is at the Robles house. There's Millbank Prison. And there's the Vauxhall Bridge right here. Here's Vauxhall Bridge. There's the house they robbed. And this exclamation is at Millbank Prison, where he just got out of. So somehow he got word of this family at near Millbank Prison. And in Jonathan, there's no diagram. You don't need it to figure it out, but it is cool that it confirms the theory. We're going to find, when we find Robert Hitchin, we're going to find these things that they stole, presumably. All right, let's go to 86 Southeast and see if we can't catch our guy. And then eventually we'll want to go to Millbank. All right, let's mark. 86 Southeast is a boarding house, the borough. Oh, I already marked it. All right, here we go. Hitchin's room's on the first floor. The landlady's at the bottom of the steps with a platter containing a bowl nearly overflowing with soup. Is he there? Asked Wiggins. Yeah, he's sick. The soup is for him. Did he fall in the water? Would you like me to take it up to him, we say. Thank you, young man. My feet are grateful for not having to go up and down these stairs. She hands the platter to Wiggins and returns to her kitchen. Wiggins goes up with the platter without spilling a single drop of soup, and we open the door to the room for him. The room is well lit and clean. Against the far wall, a man in a bed is reading a cheap horror magazine. He turns to us as we enter. Who are you? What do you want? He shouts, which starts a coughing fit from him. Doesn't matter who we are. What do you know about Bobby Field's death? This time the young man, pale and obviously exhausted, speaks more softly. Bobby, I know nothing. But if I find the one who smashed him, there'll be hell. Bobby was my friend. We're investigating at the request of another one of his friends, Porky Shinwell. Does that clear up your memory? If you know Porky, it's all right. Bobby came to see me a few days ago for a job. Not a hard one. Just let him know if a copper was coming and from what door so that he could get away. But I'm so sick I couldn't even get out of bed. As if to confirm his statement, Hitchin noisily coughs again. He takes a sip of water, then continues. I told him I couldn't help him. If I'd been there, he'd still be alive. Do you know if he asked someone else for help? He mentioned another guy, a nosy one, who could surely do the trick. He said even he could do at least that, or something along those lines. I hope you feel better soon. Thanks, and I hope you find Bobby's killer. He was a good friend. Well, not as cut and dried as I thought. So we found Richard Hitchens. He's sick. He's genuinely sick because the woman's bringing his stuff up to him. He could be sick because he fell in the water. He claims he wasn't there. He says Bobby came to see him a few days ago. His job was just to let him know who was coming in, but he couldn't help. He mentioned another guy. A nosy guy. Whatever that means. He mentioned another guy, a nosy one, who could surely do the trick. Oh man. He could do at least that. Do at least that. Don't know what that means, but clearly we're going to talk to Porky now. Hope you find Bobby's killer. He does say interesting. He says, I know nothing, but if I find the one who smashed him, there'll be hell. Did the police report in the paper that he was smashed? I guess it did. I thought we were going to catch him knowing how he was killed. Body was found in the dark waters. He apparently suffered head trauma. So that's unfortunate that the paper mentioned that he was killed. Small difference. In the original story, it says a mousy guy. That almost feels like this is a bad translation. Nosy, mousy. The guy at the house, let me just remind ourselves about the butler at the house. 75 Southwest. I just want to make sure it didn't say that the butler looked a certain way. Hodgkins, our butler. Hodgkins is well groomed, a small man of average height. First glance, perfect incarnation of the British butler. Yeah, it doesn't sound like he's a nosy, mousy guy. All right. Do the trick. Another man do at least that. Well, let's go to Millbank Prison and maybe we can find out that that Bobby Field had a cellmate or something. So 23. It would make sense if he just got out that maybe Millbank Prison will know who visited him or one of his cellmates. 23 Southwest. Then we'll take a break. Director Bones' voice is threatening, and he looks at us as though we were convicts who had escaped from his prison. We wait on the other side of his desk, an old oak desk cluttered with papers, the sign of a man more inclined to working than trying to impress his visitors with expensive and polished wood furniture. "Who are you here to get information on?" asks Bones brusquely. "Bobby Field," retorts Wiggins in the same tone. "What did that vermin do?" asks Bones. While keeping his cold gaze on us, the director, in a vest and short-sleeved shirt, heads to his coat hung on a hook by the door, pulls out a cigar from its pocket, and lights it. "He was killed. Right in the middle of committing a crime, I suppose." "Well, we don't know. Our investigation isn't over. What could you tell us about him?" "Typical member of the underworld, a jewel thief who knows how to steal, but who isn't intelligent enough to get a good price when reselling the fruit of his crimes. And not inventive enough to change his modus operandi and not get caught. I got hundreds of Bobby Fields." "Did he make friends while he was here?" "Friends? Men like him don't make friends. At best, they look for men they can use. Millbank isn't a social club, Mr. Wiggins, and I don't run it that way. There are these little old ladies who, after having taken care of the roses in their gardens, turn their attention a few hours a week on the poorer population of the prison. If only we could educate them, teach them to drink tea, they would be good citizens." Poppycock. The smoke comes out of Bones' nose and mouth as he draws on his awful cigar. I see what you mean, Wiggins answers prudently. Field was rather quiet, so he did get a few privileges, such as the right to share a cell. His companion, William Bellamy, was a newcomer to the world of crime, a small fish, a coward. He's not able to do much and never puts himself in danger. And he's still here? Nah, he was freed a week ago. I don't think we'll see him again. He'll live the rest of his life in his own prison, behind his own bars. Now, if you excuse me, I have work. William Bellamy, huh? His cellmate. Well, I think we might have got our accomplice here. So 23 Southwest, William Bellamy, Bobby Field's cellmate, is out of Milbank a week ago. What are we told about William Bellamy? He's a newcomer to the world of crime, small fish, coward, can't do much, never puts himself in danger. Okay. Well, let's see if we can find him. Bellamy, huh? William Bellamy, 49 Northwest. When we visit him, let's look for signs of that jewelry that got stolen. First, 23 Southwest, Bellamy is described as a mouse of a man. Okay, so in the old book, he's described as a mouse of a man. Here, it's just all left out. All right, well, let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back, we'll roust up William Bellamy, and we'll see if he's got any of that jewelry on him. I'll see you in 8 minutes. right, we're back. Feels like we're wrapping this case up pretty quickly. Jonathan and I were just talking in the chat about our last little loose ends and the theory of why the brother killed Charles Hale, and we were just coming up with a couple different hypotheses. And we were kind of agreeing that this demented brother who escaped is actually very clever. And I was asking, what was the deal with him claiming that someone took a shot at him at the restaurant? And then I was saying, it seems like the demented brother, like, he's actually very clever, and he's making his brother who committed suicide out to look like a lunatic who's lost his mind. And he left a couple of good clues, like the saying that I heard a shot someone take at me at the restaurant is going to be clearly proven to be a made-up lie or a delusion. And so he's setting his brother up to be considered deluded and insane. And he's now killed him off and said a couple things that are going to seem like, okay, yeah, he lost his mind. He killed his friend. He says he got paranoid. He thinks people were shooting at him, and they clearly weren't. And I think it's an even more delicious way of getting revenge on your brother who's locked you up, who's this famous doctor. Now you're going to make him look like a mental case. It's like perfectly ironic. Way of revenge on his brother to make his brother look like the lunatic. And then John is saying it makes a little less sense in my universe where he's really framing Pretorius. Well, if he's angry at all these doctors, well, you're right. It makes a little less sense in a world where he's framing this other doctor, because then he's creating a story that he really was trying to kill Henry. But in that world, it's sort of that Goldfire killed the wrong person, and that's why he killed himself, and that the real culprit is Pretorius or something. No, I guess in that story, Goldfire doesn't kill anyone. Yeah, okay, so maybe they fixed the case then. That makes sense. We could talk about that at the end. All right, let's go visit William Bellamy and try to catch him. 49 Northwest. Yeah, it seems like maybe they fixed this case a little bit. 49 Northwest. We'll talk about that when they finish. The shaky stairwell leading to Bellamy's attic apartment is situated in a small alleyway. An imposing woman, taller by a good head and heavier by a good 100 pounds than our fearless leader, answers Wiggins' bang on the door. "What do you want?" she roars. "We want to see William Bellamy," declares Wiggins, using all of the suave charm he's capable of. It's not enough to move this Amazon, but the threats of getting the police involved allow us to gain access to the inside of the room. Bellamy is a timid man. There must be some truth to the proverb about how opposites attract, as it's so difficult to picture these two living together. The woman talks first. "Who are you and what do you want?" "We're friends of Bobby Field. We're looking for information about his death and about the case of missing jewels." Bellamy expresses himself for the first time. "I didn't do anything. I don't know anything. Why are you coming here to bother me?" "I don't care who you might be," shouts the woman. "Get out, and right away." We realize we don't have a choice. As we carefully come down the stairs, Wiggins simply says, "He protests too much to be clean." That's it. She wasn't wearing any jewelry, was she? Not really, but I think that might be it. We found him. He protests too much. I think we got our guy. Maybe he stole the jewelry for this woman. I think we've wrapped up this case, this side case. Don't you, Jonathan? Jonathan says 49 Northwest, no differences. Let me put a mark in it. They live in a good part of town now. That's a little surprising. Jonathan agrees. It seems like this side case is wrapped up. Okay. So there's still a bunch of stuff not checked in the book, but I think let's just, shall we just go to our informants now? Let's just go to the rest of the informants. So we've gone to Scotland Yard, 13 Southwest. 22 Southwest, that was H.R. Murray. We did that. 38 EC, the medical examiner. I can't remember if we visited him. No, we didn't. Oh, yeah, that was Bobby Fields, him saying they're scheduling. No, I guess we didn't see this. We went to the autopsy, which is almost the same, but let's see what this says here. The only body I have right now is Bobby Fields. There isn't much to say about it. He's killed by a blow to the top of his head made by someone behind him with a blunt object. No trace of a struggle. He was probably attacked by surprise. I know that another body should be arriving soon from Bethlehem Asylum, but I don't have more information. They're talking about Goldfire's body. All right, so 38 EC. Tests too much. And then 38 EC is hit back of head, blunt object. This is just our William Bellamy hit him in the back of the head. Okay, let's put our little mark, 38 EC. Not that it's important to mark these locations, but we'll just mark it anyway. All right, next up, let's visit the newspaper people, 30 EC. We're just sort of being completionist at this point. Okay, so 30 EC does have an entry. Dr. Goldfire is an important man, Wiggins, a pillar of the medical community, as are all the other names on this list, says Ellis while handing us back Goldfire's list. Could one of these men be the murderer, asked Wiggins. That's absurd. I've never heard of such a foolish notion. And I've just read all the parliamentary debates. Someone is pulling a prank on you, Wiggins. He's never heard a foolish notion and he just read the parliamentary debates. Okay, Pall Mall Gazette, 90 Southwest. I'm just quickly going through these because we don't really expect these to have much information, or if they do, to be redundant hints. 90 Southwest doesn't have an entry. The police news is 35 EC. 35 EC does have an entry. We find a disheveled Quentin Hogg in front of his cluttered desk as usual. He's busy unjamming the letters of his typewriter with his index fingers. Wiggins, my friends, I suppose this isn't a courtesy visit. That's right, Quinn. We're investigating a disagreement between doctors. We think you might have some information. One of them is a Dr. Goldfire. I heard of that guy. I think he's mainly worked in Bethlehem, but I don't have any criminal cases tied to it. What are you working on right now? Well, not much of interest. Porky Shinwell has asked me to ask around about the murder of one of his old companions back at Parkhurst, Bobby Field. Only mystery seems to be the killer's identity. Field has met the same end as many of his kind. He's apparently been killed after a burglary, probably by his accomplice. Okay, now everything we knew, told to go to a thing. Is it possible? I was just thinking, we were thinking, why did he kill Sir Charles Hall? Charles Hall had some ink on his index finger. Did he go to get money from Charles Hall? Did he have him write him a check or something? Should we check the banks around where Goldfire lives? Is that why he went to Charles Hall? I'm not sure. Okay, we went to the Hall of Off Records already. Somerset House, 17WC. This is going to be marriages, deaths, and everything, right? 17WC. Okay, 17WC. We find Wiggins in the vestibule of Somerset House. He's leaning back on the columns, one of the columns which hold the vaulted ceiling, leafing through the pages of his notebook. The sound of our footsteps caused him to look up. He says, I hope you found information useful for solving this case, says Wiggins. Well, I've discovered something useful while checking out the birth certificates. George Taubman Goldfire has a twin brother, William Taubman Goldfire. A twin? Yeah, born on March 20th, 1854. Wiggins reads in his notepad from Agnes Goldfire, born Agnes Engels, and of Walter Goldfire. So 17WC, the mother is Agnes Engels, in case we can find her. Oh, both dead, interrupts Billy. Mother died very young, accidental death on April 12th, 1866, at the age of 28. Father died on June 10th, 1889, from a heart attack at the age of 57. Anything else, asks Wiggins. Wedding certificate indicates that Agnes Engels and Walter Goldfire were married on June 10th, 1852. Other children? None. Officially declared in any case. Doesn't really help us. I mean, if there's an Engels, we could talk to them. Maybe they know a little bit more about the sick brother. There's a couple Engels. There's a Jewel Engels and a Wallace Engels. Shall we write them down just in case? Probably not important for us. 47 EC and 50 Southeast. All right, let me just quickly check those. 47 EC and 50 Southeast. Okay, well, 50 Southeast has an entry. All right, well, let's start there. So this is a relative of the mother. I guess we're getting a little bit of flavor here. Jonathan says there's a little difference. Mother died from head trauma. The son killed her. Well, let's read this. Wallace Engels greets us in his living room and chats with us while waiting for tea. Wallace Engels. This is going to fill in some flavor, maybe. The servant serves us and leaves us comfortably settled in with our host, Wallace Engels, Agnes Goldfire's younger brother. Freshly arrived into his 60s, seems inclined to talk about his late sister and her husband. Walter was one of the most gifted politicians of his time. He would have certainly become prime minister had he continued on his way, and Agnes was a good person. The ideal companion for Walter in his political ascension. The family always had doubts on the subject of Agnes's death. Mr. Engels' voice becomes soft and filled with sadness. Her death seemed troubling and premature to all of us. Troubling? Inquires Wiggins. It's not that uncommon when someone dies young and in an unexplained way. Of course, agrees Engels. However, in the case of Agnes's death, it was different. Sure, Dr. Hale concluded it was an accident. But there was a dark point which never was cleared up. Why did Walter abandon his career, move to the countryside with the children, fire their tutor? The children never managed to adapt. Engels shakes his head. In any case, I never saw them again after my sister's death. The children never managed to adapt. Can you tell us more about the children and their tutor? That could help us greatly. You must forgive an old man's failing memory. I haven't thought about them in a long time. The children seemed to appreciate the young man. He stayed with them 2 or 3 years longer than any other tutor. Do you remember his name? Attard or Arpchid? I'm not sure anymore. Charles Attard, we know from something. Jonathan says there's no 50 Southeast in the original. Charles Attard is mentioned here. We know him from another case. And then he also mentions an Arpchad. This is the tutor. But I know that after he was let go, he opened a bookshop. That's weird. One last thing, Mr. Engels. When did you see Dr. Goldfire for the last time? At Walter's funeral. Good gracious, there must be over 10 years ago. I've sometimes seen his name in the papers, but never tried to renew the relationship. I don't know what happened to William on his father's death. I don't know what happened to William, the bad brother. Okay, so that's it. So we've got a connection to Dr. Hale, but Dr. Hale concluded it was an accident. So I don't know why the demented brother would want to kill Dr. Hale. I thought we were going to get some motive for the demented brother killing Dr. Hale. Maybe he just needs to kill this guy who knows there's a brother. Like maybe he's killing, maybe he knows that Dr. Hale knows about the twin brothers. So if you leave Dr. Hale alive, Dr. Hale might go to the police and say, hey, I don't know if this is related, but there's a twin brother. I think this gives us a motive to kill Dr. Hale. He was involved in the kids being early on. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't you think, Jonathan, that now you got a motive to kill off Hale? And now we know why he knows Hale and knows where Hale lives and all that. Like, he knows that this is one of the people in this world of doctors who could rat on him. Dr. Hale might have also covered up the evil twin murdered his mother, might be what started him being locked up. Yeah, it does seem like the father moved to the countryside. Maybe the whole family knew that he killed the mother. And the doctor was in on it. Very possible. Now, what about this? Or let me look for 47 EC just to see if there's an entry for that. 47 EC says, I'm sorry I can't help you. Agnes Engels isn't related to me. I never met her. So, okay, well, that was kind of fun. And now we're told that Charles Attard started a bookshop, or Arpchid. This is interesting just for the fun of it. Booksellers, Gilbert and Field, Hatchards, J.E. Bumpers, and Southern and Company. Booksellers, Doschel, Pickering, Quartic, and Stevens books. And then we know Attard was a lawyer. Solicitors. I thought he was a lawyer. I don't see him in the solicitors. Let me just look up these two people, Attard and Arpchard. I don't see why it's relevant, but it could be. I mean, it could be that the twin is trying to reconnect with one of these, with his tutor. Charles Attard is 12WC. And Arpchad, is there an entry for an Arpchad? I don't see any entry for any Arpchad. I don't know why he said he went on to be a bookseller or bookshop. That was kind of weird. All right, let's see if we can find Charles Attard at 12WC. I mean, it might just be more confirmation about our theory, but it could also be that he's tried to contact them. 12WC. Okay, there's no 12WC entry, so Charles Attard cannot be found. And I couldn't find a bookshop for the tutor. I kind of want to find that tutor, but 50 Southeast. Doesn't seem like it's relevant. Do you remember the tutor? He stayed with them 2 or 3 years longer than any other tutor, and the children liked him. Attard or Arpchad, I'm not sure anymore. He opened a bookshop. Opened a bookshop, and his name is Arpchad. Booksellers. Cordage Books, Stevens Books, 66. I'm just going to look up these two bookshelves that don't have someone's name clearly, don't have someone's last name clearly in it. So these are probably not related, but 66 Northwest, no. Stevens Books, 63 WC. Just going to try to quickly confirm these. No. 61 WC and Sidley, 61 WC, no. And lastly, 32 Southeast. No. Okay, so I guess we're not meant to find the tutor. It's not really important. We know where he went. Does his name match any of the doctor's first name or the doctor's first name that was giving the lecture? Maybe mistaken about bookseller. No, it doesn't. The doctor giving the lecture was from Austria. And he was a tutor. Does it say what he was a tutor in? Just a general tutor. Oh, I think that's okay. Boy, it's hot in here. 63 Northwest is Hatchard's Books and is in my cool book. Wow, okay. I didn't look up Hatchard's, but maybe I should have. Oh, that's why it helps to have another eye on this stuff. Okay. 63 Northwest is indeed in here. Yeah. I'm Johann Hatchard. How can I be of use to you? Asks a man of about 50 years, standing bolt upright, blue eyes slightly enlarged by the round lenses of his glasses with twisted frames. 63 Northwest Bookshop. Were you the tutor of the Goldfire family? Mein Gott, that was a long time ago. What could you tell us about that family and about the death of Miss Goldfire? Excuse me, I need to sit down. Hatchard seemed troubled. I don't understand what you expect of me. Dr. Goldfire has requested the help of Sherlock Holmes, and we're associates of the latter. Wiggins hopes that this answer will be enough. George was a good boy, he shakes his head, but William... the death of their mother, you say? You're still investigating after all these years? I've always had my suspicions, of course. Anything you could tell us would be valuable. I'll never forget that morning. William had been throwing one of his raging tantrums. I could hear him shouting and arguing with his mother. There was a cry, and I ran from the reading room to see what that poor woman's broken body at the foot of the stairs. And at the top, William, who was looking at his mother's body, smiling. I spoke to Sir Walter and let him know of my suspicions. He promised me that he'd take them into account, but the next day he announced that the family were leaving for the countryside and they would no longer need my services. He was very generous, of course. He gave me enough to purchase this store, but I've always felt as though he was buying my loyalty, my silence. This is the first time I've spoken to anyone about that horrible day. Hatchard crumples in his chair, exhausted by the effort required of him by the telling of this story. He no longer seems to pay attention to our presence, and we leave him to his thoughts. Okay, just more evidence to confirm what happened. All right, I'm going to take a little break here because it's 88 degrees in here, and I'm starting to sweat. I need to run the air conditioner for a little while. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, I apologize about that early break. It is ridiculously hot here. I'm going to have to try the lapel mic next time. All right, so I think we're almost done here. Since I've got it open to this page, I'm just going to go right now, since it's already here, I can see it, to Sherlock Holmes. See if 42 Northwest is in your... Oh, I guess I should have written down that, made a mark on that bookshelf. See if you can find 42 Northwest in your copy, Jonathan, while I mark down this bookshop at 63 Northwest. Just for fun. And there's the bookshop right there. Okay, so now we're going to 42 Northwest to talk to Sherlock Holmes to see if he has any clues for us. What? Wiggins? Are you already out of ideas? Appearances can be deceiving. I thought you were a capable detective, but you're just a pale copy, Holmes tells us with a sarcastic smile. Oh, look, he's giving us hints. You're just a pale copy. With a sarcastic smile. I suppose you've investigated the names given by that good Dr. Goldfire, starting with his close colleagues at Bethlehem. If that's the case, I think you should then pay closer attention to the doctor's past. Maybe even that of his parents and his immediate family. Okay, so this is just purely a hint. So do not go visit Sherlock Holmes until you need a hint. John says there's no 42 Northwest in the old version. All right, this just confirms our theories. Never visit Sherlock Holmes. It's a new invention for hints. It makes sense. It's fine. But we don't need it. We don't want it till the end. Okay, who have we got left? The Criminal Courts, 36 EC. Seems like we might find information on our Bobby Field, but not anything we need. 36 EC. We never heard of a case concerning the Taubman Goldfires, Edward Hall tells us. As for Bobby Field, he's notorious recidivist and not very clever, who has passed through these halls more than once. He spent a lot of time at Millbank Prison. He got out recently, I think, and this is not his first crime. He must have left his address with the Criminal Archives. Okay. And then we've got 3 Inns of the Court. I'm not even going to bother to look them up because they are not in our new people, and I don't see why they would be useful. But Porky Shinwell cares about this case, so let's do that, and let's make a mark up at Porky Shinwell's, which is up here. We know. Up here. All right, let's read what Porky says. We enter the Raven and Rat, and we find Porky hunched over the counter. He's attentively reading the day's police news without paying mind to the rare few clients settled in the dark corners of the room. How's it going, Porky? No trouble? Asks Wiggins as he steps to the bar. Ah, you see, they're not lining up to come in. Porky makes a wide gesture toward the mostly empty room. And on top of that, my clients are getting killed. Look at that. He points a finger to an article in the newspaper. Bobby Field, one of my best clients, and here somebody goes and kills him. Friend of yours? We were at Parkhurst together, but he kept on using his gifts for burglary, unlike me. Is that how he was killed, during a burglary? Nah, he was found floating in the Thames. Never worked alone. Maybe it was a disagreement between thieves, says Wiggins. Maybe. Could you make inquiries for me? I owe that to Bobby. Of course, Porky. What could you tell us about him? As I said, we were at Parkhurst Prison together. And he came in the pub every week since I've owned it, when he wasn't behind bars. I won't say we were close friends, but a lot of the tips I've given you, as well as Holmes, came from Bobby. He had just finished a 6-month sentence at Millbank, but still didn't seem ready to go straight yet. I don't really know more. He lived in a family-run flophouse a few blocks west of the Liverpool Street train station. Okay, we'll try, Wiggins assured him. Thanks. Anything I can do for you? Have you heard about a Dr. Goldfire? Dr. Goldfire? Nah, it doesn't sound familiar. Oh well, see you around. Okay, so that was Porky. And then Fred Porlock, no reason he should know anything about this case, but we'll look him up anyway, since he's one of our informants. We'll do it quickly. 18 Northwest. No entry for him. Barry, Thomas, and O'Neill, these are the jewelry thieves, so they might have some ideas. 2WC, we don't need their help anymore, but we'll ask them anyway, just for fun. No entry for them. Okay. Mycroft, 8 Southwest. Let's see if Mycroft has anything to tell us. Walter Goldfire was an active politician from the old generation. This is Mycroft talking to us. But it was public knowledge that he was on the short list for the post of Prime Minister when he left public life under the pretense of personal problems. As far as I know, nothing in his political career would justify his retirement. Sitting across from Mycroft in the visitors' room of the Diogenes Club, we continue our questioning. He never returned to the forefront? Asks Wiggins. Nah, he remained a hermit until his death. It's the sad, surprising, and short story of W. Goldfire, Member of Parliament. Mycroft picks up today's Times and begins to read it. Okay, nothing interesting there. Langdale Pike at the Societies Club. Okay, let's read that. Dr. G. Taubman Goldfire. Strange fellow, Wiggins. Unusually, Langdale Pike is alone. The name of Goldfire has changed our man, usually talkative and outgoing, into an introspective historian. The Goldfire family is old and was used to the highest circles, but risky political decisions have destroyed its reputation and have almost led it to ruin. The father's career with Lord Derby's government was promising, but in the 60s, upon the death of his wife, he retreated from society. From what I know, the doctor is one who is respected by his peers, but he moves in circles which are rarely in contact with mine, my boy. It's always a pleasure to see you, Langdale. And then we leave. Okay, Central Carriages, we already went there. Telegraph Station, no reason to go there. Library, I guess we'll go there for the hell of it. Okay, I see there is an entry here at the library. Dr. Goldfire? I know him well. He comes in every week to borrow books. I've never seen as big a reader as he. He leaves with half a dozen books every visit, leaving me a list for the next week. He's not very inclined to talk. What does he read? His tastes have changed over the years. History, geology, biology. Recently, psychology is his favorite subject. You know, he already knew enough to fill volumes, right? I have the list of books he borrowed last week right here. So, observations and phobias. Okay, so this is actually a little interesting. We've actually learned something here. 5 Southwest. This comports with one of our clues that we didn't really pick up on. So what we see here is, John says 36 EC is about Pretorius' defense in the original. Completely different. Might want to read that. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so at the library, we see books borrowed by the demented twin. And we get a hint here. We get a hint that actually the demented twin has been going out of his cell for quite some time. That's how he knows where to find Charles Hall and everything, because he's been following the brother around for a while. Remember when we go into the upstairs attic, we see that his cell window has been removed, the bars, but they can be put back to make it look like everything's fine. So this looks like the brother has been leaving for quite some time, taking trips. Comes in every week, and his tastes have changed over the years. So for years, the demented twin has been sneaking out reading books. Obsessions and phobias, observations on the nature of man, the human mind, and then some German book. Okay, so twin has been escaping for a while. All right, Jonathan says 36 EC in our alternate multiverse is interesting. Let's see. So we've got to have a way to prove that Pretorius is innocent. Maybe this is it. So we go to where the doctor's at the law place. Well, Wiggins, I saw Dr. Pretorius. Edward Hall walks up to us as we stand in the large marble entranceway to the criminal courts. What did you find out? Pretorius claims that his argument was with William Goldfire, Dr. Goldfire's twin brother. Oh, this gives away much too much. Twin brother? Yes, twin brother. And that's not the only thing. William is insane. A skeleton hanging in the Goldfire closet. I'm glad they got rid of this. This gives away too much. Who was hanging in the neat locker? Asked Wiggins. Dr. George Goldfire. Dental records have been checked. There's no doubt. And where's William? Whereabouts unknown. Police are not buying his existence as yet. Pretorius knows that George kept him locked up for years. He was kept on the family estate in Somerset since the father's death here in London. That's how Pretorius first met Goldfire. The old man, Walter, hired Pretorius 10 years ago to take care of William. Okay, interesting. All right, that's it then. I think we're ready to solve this, yeah? Jonathan, what do you think? Ready to solve this? I could glance through and see if there's anything we haven't read. I don't know who this is. Just someone at the asylum. Okay, 91WC we haven't read. That sounds a little familiar. What's 91WC? I don't know. I know Doctors Gray and Goldfire. Horace Mansfield, head director of Charing Cross. Dr. Gray is head of our board on dementia. Discreet services to families. Dr. Goldfire has never been a member of our staff. One of his family members was a patient here many years ago. Do you know the family's member's name? No, I don't have the details. So if you had gone to this other hospital, Charing Cross Hospital, you would have found out about that. Not very important. And that's it. Okay. Let's take a look at the ending questions and see how they differ in the two versions. Let me have a mark here. Okay, here we go. Questions. We would normally take a break. In fact, I'm going to take a break now. I know it's been only 12 minutes. I'll take a quick 5-minute break. I guess if you're watching this afterwards, you'll just skip ahead, and Jonathan is the only one with me live that's speaking up. So Jonathan will have the patience of giving me another 5 minutes to cool down the room a little bit. So I'll see you in 5 minutes and we'll solve the case. Okay, we're back. We're about ready to solve the strange case of Dr. Goldfire. Jonathan's been going through the old book and finding some differences. 2WC is the O'Neill's informant. So an informant that was in the old version that's been removed as an informant has also had its entry removed from the new book, but it is in the old book. And Jonathan has also found an extra informant that isn't even listed. It's not an informant. There is no actual informant at 73EC. But Jonathan says there's an entry for this person. This might just be one of the pawn shops. Yeah, this is just going to be a pawn shop, Jonathan. So like if you had thought to visit a pawn shop to see if anyone's trying to sell any jewelry. Oh, so that's actually an important one. This is where you see that big fat woman, wife of William Bellamy. So let me just make sure I didn't miss it in the new one, and then let's read it, because it's actually confirmation of our theory. Yeah, so it's not in the new case, but in the old case, 73EC is going to be a pawn shop, I'll bet you. Let's just look it up. So remember, there's pawn shops, pawnbrokers, 73EC, Jabez Wilson. Okay, so look at this. Despite a few inches around his middle and a little heavier jowl, Jabez Wilson looks much the same as he did when Holmes first met him through his unknowing involvement in the ingenious plot of John Clay's. His hair is as red as ever, and he greets us with the same friendliness we have come to expect from him through the years. What can I do for you today, Mr. Wiggins? Would you be needing a gasogene, perhaps? I have a fancy one that's available. Don't know what that is. Thanks, Jabez. I'm afraid we're just looking for information. I'll certainly help you if I can. Has anyone been in trying to fence some high-priced jewelry? It would have been just the last day or so. And he says, as a matter of fact, there was a woman who came in with some jewelry just yesterday. I explained as politely as I could that I didn't handle that type of article, too rich for my blood, you know. But she didn't want to take no for an answer, and she was so big and rough-looking that I didn't want to say no. I actually feared injury from the woman, but I charmed her and finally satisfied her by suggesting the O'Neills. I figured they would handle anything given this one. So remember, when we visited William Bellamy, he's living with this big, giant, rough woman who looks a little odd. So she was trying to fence the jewelry. That just absolutely puts the nail in that coffin about who stole it. We didn't really need that information. We knew it. And then Jonathan says there is an actual entry for 2WC, which is where this guy just sent the people to the two brothers. Let's just quickly look at this. Barry O'Neill's servant, Mabudo, this is the native, recognize us, you're the private coppers, living the straight life. Help, says Wiggins with a big smile. We thought you might be able to and willing to give us a bit of assistance. Fair enough, come in. Do you know a bloke by the name of Bobby Field? Never heard of him. What about Robert Hitchens or William Bellamy? He says, should I know these people? It's possible they're visitors, places Millbank and Parkhurst, along with a few thousand others. Has anyone been around here trying to sell a few jewels? I don't understand, mate, he says, with mock surprise written broadly across his features. Why would anyone come here with jewels to sell? Don't worry, O'Neill. We're not trying to tie you into anything illegal. We're just trying to find out who murdered Bobby Field. We think whoever has those jewels holds the answer. Okay, suppose I do know a bloke who was approached with a few hot rocks, and suppose he told me it was a large, heavy-set woman with a none too pleasant disposition. If that's any help. Don't suppose your friend knows her name or anything else about her. Sorry, mate, my friend didn't mention any more than what I told you. Was your friend able to help this woman? I think he might have given her a few guineas. As I understand it, she went away far from satisfied, mumbling about dead swag. Okay. Everything's been wrapped up very neatly in a bow. Let us go to the questions. Jonathan, I'm very curious. Actually, I'm going to open the questions here too, so we can look at them both. All right. The questions in our new book are, Who is the dead body in the cold room? That's George Goldfire, the real Dr. George Goldfire. Who killed him? His twin, William Goldfire. Why was he killed? Why was he killed? Revenge? We know that the brother doesn't want to take his identity. So I guess you would say revenge, and maybe could be other things associated with wanting to go and escape and live his life. So the brother, twin demented brother, wanted to escape, go live a life, so he has to kill his brother, and maybe he's angry at his brother for keeping him locked up. And maybe even in his sick mind, he blames his brother for accusing him of being demented and insane. 4, where is the killer hiding? Well, we figured that out. He's hiding, in the new book at least, in this boarding house under a fake name, Goldman something. Jonathan, if you could just let me know you're still here, because you haven't written anything in a while. Who was a witness to the death of Agnes Goldfire? Well, we know that William Goldfire, the twin, probably pushed her off. And then the person who came into the room was the person we talked to. Was that the tutor? John says, I think in the original, the murdered mother had a different maiden name. There's a part where you track down a doctor who developed glasses but was an intern at the hospital where the mother arrived. Interesting. In our case, the witness to the death, we know William is the only one who's there, but then the guy who walked in was the tutor, I believe. But whatever, we know who it is. I just don't remember which of the two people at the end was the person. It was either the person who recommended the tutor to us or the tutor. I guess we could figure it's either bookstore person or this guy, 50 Southeast. Dr. Hale concluded it was an accident. Never managed to adapt. Children seem to appreciate the young man at the bookshop. Okay. So it was the bookshop tutor who must have walked into the thing and known something was wrong. 63 Northwest. All right. Next up. Hatchard. Yeah, it was the tutor, Hatchard. Okay, next up, here's our side stories. Second series. Who killed Charles Hale? Well, we know that was William, the twin. Why was Dr. Hale killed? This was a little bit more debatable, but we think because Dr. Hale knew about the twin, he has to kill him if he's going to make his escape and have no one suspect him. Who killed Bobby Field? That was William Bellany. Why was he killed? Because this guy, William Bellany, wanted all of the stuff for himself. Are we in agreement here about all this then? Let's look at what the old cases asked, if they're any different. So the first question is, who murdered G. Taubman Goldfire? Why was he murdered? So this was giving up information that he was murdered. This is better. The new version is better. Who murdered Sir Charles Hale? Why was Dr. Hale murdered? How did Miss Agnes Goldfire die? Where did Holmes find Mr. W. Taubman Goldfire? What clue, not clue point, led Holmes to conclude that he would not be able to locate the man at this location? That's a weird question. What clue led Holmes to conclude he would not be able to locate the man at this location? So you remember, Jonathan says in the old version, the cab takes him back to the original house. But I'm not sure how you would answer this question 7. And Jonathan says, maybe for number 7, you might say, why was Dr. Hale killed? It might be revenge because Dr. Hale said to lock him away, although I don't know if we have direct evidence of that. But we do know Dr. Hale certified it as an accident, so he did know about this. I don't know, how would you answer 7 in the original version, Jonathan? What clue led Holmes to conclude that he would not be able to locate the man at this location? That's weird. Where did Holmes find Taubman Goldfire? This is a weird set of questions. This is, where did he find him? And then, what clue led Holmes to conclude that he would not locate the man at this location? That's weird. That's a weird set of questions. Okay. So let's put this aside while we look at the answers in this book, in the new one. Okay. Who is the dead body in the cold room? George Taubman, yes, 20 points. Who killed him? William Taubman, yes, 20 points. Why was he killed? For bitterness and revenge, 20 points, yes. Where is the killer hiding? In Miss Warren's flophouse, yes. That's the one that's at 76. Who was witness to the death? Johann Hatchard saw William right after he had pushed his mother from the top of the stairs. Yes, we got all those correct. 6. Who killed Charles Hale? William Taubman again. Why? For revenge for his part in William's diagnostic and his internment. Also to frame his brother. Right, we got that right. Who killed Bobby Field? Maud Bellamy. So this is saying that the wife of William Bellamy killed Bobby Field. And here it says, Maud Bellamy followed Field, intercepted him right after he burglared the Robles with the intent of mugging him and killed him. We don't have enough information to know whether or not the murder was premeditated. That's a very weird thing. Followed Field, intercepted him right after he burgled the Robles. Why is it concluding that Maud did it rather than William did it? Like, what evidence do we have that Maud? We know Maud was trying to pawn the jewelry. I don't know why we would assume that she was the one that killed him versus William. I don't know how we're supposed to know that she did it, not William. I guess all the clues that William is a mousy coward, maybe that was supposed to clue us in that he couldn't have done it. Go watch a film noir. The way it works is that the woman convinces the cowardly man to do something dangerous. But okay. Tally your score, add points, subtract Holmes. So we got everything except we said Maud. I don't know if I would. I think we did fine there. Jonathan says, I guess we needed to use psychology. William was too much of a coward to even help, but he told his wife who's fierce. Yeah, maybe. I suppose what we should have done is paused here and said that it was some combination of William and his wife. Okay, and then punish yourself if you followed lots of leads, which we never worry about. Okay, and now the epilogue. Oh, so let's look at what the old case would have said. The iron bars in the window have been filed through, but the bars have been replaced to appear intact. Holmes assumed that because the bars had been replaced, there was a strong possibility that the occupant intended to return. That he would be able to locate the man. I see. The fact that the bars were put back meant he planned to come back. Interesting. Okay, so those are the Oh, and then we've got solutions. So let's put this aside. Let's read the solutions from the new book. Okay, here we go. Goldfire, I thought you were dead, cries Watson as he sees the emaciated silhouette preceding Holmes into the living room of 221B Baker Street. The man answers with a chuckle which interrupts Watson before he can say anything else. Holmes hangs his coat and his hat, then walks to the fireplace to warm himself up. Sit down, he orders Goldfire. Untie me, demands Goldfire. I'll leave the police to take care to do so. What's happening, Holmes? asked Watson. One of the oldest stories, my friend. Cain and Abel of the modern times, the brother killing the brother. This is William Taubman Goldfire, the twin brother of your friend George Taubman Goldfire. A brother? Says Watson. I didn't know. Yet you've met him before, declares Holmes. Me? I don't recall. Yesterday, William himself came here, passing himself off as his brother, your friend George. Holmes cuts off with a malicious smile. And you didn't catch on. One more proof of my superior intelligence. The man looks at Holmes with a disdainful look, then walls himself up in silence again. William and George are twins, Watson, but their resemblance is only superficial, as they are as different internally as Jekyll and Hyde. William is a maniac killer since his childhood, and George a renowned healer who has become a doctor while hoping to heal his brother. He was jealous of me. They all were. Nature is surprising, Watson. Here are two brothers, almost identical in all points, aspect, intelligence, ambition, but with characters as different as Mendel's peas. One peaceful, the other one unhinged. The cause of that difference is invisible, but it's there nonetheless. William didn't consider his brother and his colleagues as healers, but as executioners, the jailers of his personal prison, so he came up with his scheme to exact his revenge. But how, Holmes? There's one thing that every crook and master of prestidigitation knows. It's that men think they see what they're being told, even if they haven't seen it. When William came in, Watson, you were sure, as many, that it was George he was claiming to be, and he looked like him, even if you had perceived a difference in his attitude. It's true, now that I look at him closely, I can see many differences, says Watson while examining William. Exactly, Watson. It's all about observation. I must say that when I went to Bethlehem Asylum, where George Goldfire was found dead in the cold room, I first thought that we had failed in protecting our client. But by observing the body more attentively, I started to have doubts. Why had he been put in the cold room? Probably to cause our medical examiner to err as to the time of death. So I ignored Goldfire's list and started to search into his personal history. I went for a visit at Somerset House, and I discovered the existence of William, the twin brother. A twin brother who was unknown as George was famous. If you want to know a family secret, ask the in-laws. The maiden name of Agnes Goldfire allowed me to find Wallace Engels, Agnes's brother. He told me about Walter Goldfire's withdrawal from public life, the man who could have been prime minister because of the death of his wife Agnes. He confirmed that a mystery was hovering around her death. I verified with the boy's tutor, Johann Hatchard. He confirmed to me William's implication in his mother's death and his psychotic tendencies. A detailed examination of the fares of the cabs allowed me to determine the place where he was hiding while waiting to make a break for it. William, who until then had remained seated, indifferent to what was happening around him, seems to finally wake up. I'm the only one of sound mind in this family. They locked me up because they were jealous of me. They hated me. My mother hated me, my father hated me, and my brother hated me even more. He was so clever, the famous doctor. He and Hale had me locked up for all these years. Never again. William Goldfire leaps out of his chair. His hands are still tied, but Wiggins can't overpower him. He's tossed to the ground by Goldfire's contortions. Goldfire runs towards Watson like a rugby player, and with a shoulder slam sends him flying back towards Holmes, bringing the two down together. Goldfire keeps on running and jumps through the window. The glass and the wood explode in thousands of little shards. Looking out the window, we see Goldfire's body on the ground. His broken body is half on the pavement and half on the street's cobblestones. A dark puddle grows by his head. His leg is shaken by spasms, but it's clear these are the final reflexes of a moribund body. William Taubman Goldfire is dead. Holmes solved the case with 6 leads. Okay. So there you have it. Now let's take a look at the old case. Jonathan says, in the old case, he was just going to keep living in an attic and sneaking in and out. Let's see what the solution is. Goldfire, I thought you were dead. Okay, I'm just going to skim here. Holmes into the room. The man's only response is a sneer. A sneer that stops Watson before he can say another word. Holmes enters, hangs up his overcoat and hat, walks over to the fire to warm himself. Sit down, he orders Goldfire. Unbind my hands. I'll leave that for the police. What's going on, Holmes says. Watson, it's the oldest of stories, my friend, and modern Cain and Abel, brother killing brother. Meet William Taubman Goldfire, the twin brother. Brother, I never knew, but you have met him before. Okay, so far this looks the same. Yesterday it was William who came around impersonating his brother, your friend Joe. And the guy is, ha ha, you old fool, ha ha ha. The seated man continues his high-pitched laughter for a minute and then lapses into silence. Okay, so their brothers, William and Hyde, they were jealous of me. They all were. I showed them all. Ha 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 ha. Goldfire struggles against the manacles that bind his hands during his outburst, but makes no effort to rise from his seat. Nature is amazing. Great ambition. They shared ambition, appearance, intellect. And he says, you believe what you're told. Looking closely, when I went to see them, put him in the icebox to confuse time of death. And it was also clear that Dr. Pretorius did not have the strength to hang Goldfire from the meat hook. So I ignored Goldfire's list and instead started to check into Goldfire's background. I checked the records at Somerset and found George had a twin brother. Twin brother was as unknown as George was known. If you want dirt on a family, find an in-law. Got Goldfire's maiden name from the twins' birth records. That led me to David Litchfield, Agnes's brother, different name. He confirmed it was Agnes's death. It caught no idea why they would change the name. Something strange about her death. I next checked with Dr. Hamilton, the doctor that signed Agnes's death certificate. He confirmed he had always suspected that Agnes's death was not an accident, that he had been murdered as part of a cover-up and a murder. Walter Goldfire murdered his wife? Asks an unbelieving Watson. No. William committed matricide. I checked with the boy's tutor, Johann Hatchard. He all but confirmed William is criminally insane. That's a lie, shouts William, who until now has been sitting quietly. I am the only sane person among them. They locked me up because they were jealous of me. They hated me. My mother hated me. My father hated me. Most of all, my brother hated me. I showed them all. He jumps, twists his body. Wiggins is flung on the floor, hits with the rugby player Watson, sending him flying into Holmes. Charges across the room, jumps from the window, causes glass and wood to explode into 1,000 little pieces. By the time he gets to the window, most of the shrapnel has fallen to the ground, as had Goldfire. His broken body lies half on the sidewalk, half on the cobblestones. Dark puddle starts to form around his head. Of blood, his leg twitches a couple times, but it's clear they are not but the last reflexes of life leaving the body. And there's a little end here. So, mates, were you able to... This is us talking to Porky. We're able to find out who quashed poor Bobby. There's no honor among thieves, Porky. We take our positions at the bar. There are few who know the meaning of friendship and honor, but most only know the fight of the gutter and the jungle. But I've met a few of Bobby's friends, and they never seem the type to do such a thing. Who was it? It appears to have been a rather unpleasant woman by the name of Maud Bellamy. From what we've been able to discover, Bobby had cased out the Robles' house. He knew the family was going to be away and was anxious not to miss his opportunity. His usual partner, Robert Hitchens, was too sick to join him. He needed a lookout, so he approached his old cellmate, Ralph Bellamy, or in our case, William Bellamy. Bellamy was a scared little man who knew only that he never wanted to cross the law again, but his wife saw an opportunity, especially when Field decided to go through with his plan alone. So she followed him Sunday night, waited until he had left the house on foot. Body is found less than a block from the Robles, so she apparently wasted no time in killing and robbing him. She then discovered when she tried to sell the loot that stolen property brings small reward. Never been a big believer in the police and courts, but I hope this Bellamy woman receives her just reward from the British legal system. I'm obliged to you for Bobby's sake, Wiggins. Okay. So in the original, he was just going to keep living in the attic. This is our bad guy. I guess so. I guess he was going to keep living in the attic or make plans to leave later. Did we ever get her name of the wife? I'm not sure. I don't remember being told that the wife's name is Maud, just that we run into the old woman. Doesn't matter. All right, well, what are our thoughts on this case? Let's mark here. We don't need to take another break. Let's just talk about it here. So the most interesting thing is to think about the differences. The difference in the articles they're not in newspaper, aren't important articles. And there were some changes in the story that had to do with changing last names that seemed totally pointless, just like they forgot or whatever. But there were a couple of substantial changes to the crux of the case. In the old case, Sir Charles Hale is killed, and the cane in the fireplace belongs to Dr. Pretorius, who works at the Bethlehem Asylum with Dr. Goldfire. And when Goldfire is found dead, they arrest Pretorius. I don't remember if in the old one, Jonathan, there was evidence that Pretorius killed Goldfire, or if they just said, well, we've got him on evidence of killing Charles Hale, so probably he killed Goldfire too. I suppose we could look up 28 Southeast and see what is why did they arrest Pretorius? He's arrested for the murder of Goldfire. He was seen arguing with him last night, a rather heated argument. Who saw them? Several of the staff, mainly O'Connell. And then you could talk to O'Connell, who might have seen the argument. Okay, so they arrest him based on some heated argument. In the new version of the case, the twin kills Charles Hale. He's got reason to kill him for revenge. And then he frames his brother, Goldfire, by putting Goldfire's cane, and then has Goldfire kill himself and leave a note saying, I regret what I did. I can't live with myself. And this actually makes more sense because he's already done, the solution doesn't talk about it, but he's actually framed his brother as being crazy in the demented one has framed the brother as being crazy in a very clever way. He's gone in there and said, someone's trying to kill me. I heard a shot at the restaurant. We go to the restaurant. They're like, what are you talking about? If there was a shot, everyone would have heard it. So he sort of set his brother up as to be losing his mind. And then he's destroyed all the evidence. He's killed Hale, framed his brother for that, and then had the brother commit suicide. It's like all wrapped up and done. No reason to talk to anyone else. They think Goldfire lost his mind, think someone trying to kill him, killed the guy, then came to his senses and killed himself. So the new fixes improve the case. Absolutely. I think it would definitely still be solvable, but it's tighter this way. if you were to point out problems in this case, first of all, maybe we talk about the good things. There were a couple moments where marking our map helped us. One was realizing that the dead body was right next to the house that got robbed. That was fun. And I think this was sort of tight mystery in terms of there was one side case and one main case, and that was enjoyable. It was sort of like there weren't 20 side cases that you don't get to solve. It was nice that we fairly early on realized that we've got a side case and a main case, and both had solutions and both made sense and both got wrapped up. And the little side solution of Bobby Fields was kind of fun because first we thought it was Robert Hitchens and we had to go through a couple steps before figuring out it was someone else. And then there was the really enjoyable part about the cab records. It's funny how sometimes in this game, like mostly what you want is you want to have some deep thoughts about really trying to understand a mystery and piece things together and figure out where to go. And then occasionally the enjoyment of getting this cab record here, and it wasn't that difficult to understand, but it was really enjoyable to be able to now trace back where he was coming from and these two cabs to the same place. All of that. I mean, we discussed early on some theories, and Jonathan fronted very early on, could this be another person with the same name? And then I said, well, it could be brother. It started, we had this early theory of this, but when we found these two cab rides, then it started to make more sense, and it was up in the house, and it all sort of started to fall into place after that. And true enough that there were things that made no sense in the beginning. The hearing the shot, everyone saying he would never think this way. All of those things didn't really make sense and couldn't be reconciled. But when we did put it together with the twin in the attic, then it did all make sense. And actually it was quite a clever plan by the twin. So I would say I would only have two real complaints here. Two, maybe three. The first complaint is just the reliance on a hidden twin who's committing all this crime. It's not the first time we've seen this. It feels a little bit like a cop-out. It would be nicer to have a rival do it than a twin. The twin is just a bit far-fetched. Having a twin locked up in the alley is a bit far-fetched. In the cartoonish world of these kinds of crimes, it's fine. And the fact that everything else made sense after that was fine. And it was cool that we kept on discovering little details even till the end. The fact that the brother's getting out more frequently, very nice, very cool. It had some good flavor, like listening to that guy's talk and everything. So my first complaint is just a general complaint about the use of the twin. I would say, though, my second complaint was too much given away in the clues. Like we saw in some of these clues, like you go to the records and it says he had a twin. Like it was just giving the whole story away that we didn't need. And there was a point where I tried to look up this place where they took the cab from, and we found it. But I had tried to look up Goldfire's address way early and couldn't find it. And thank God, because you actually could have looked up that key house where we find the attic and the twin. You could have looked that up as your first clue, and that would have given like everything away. And I think that's unfortunate. So we kind of made it harder on ourselves, luckily. But there were a bunch of points there where we were given a bunch of redundant answers, and really the horse was beaten. We're beating a dead horse giving us clues. And I don't think we needed all that. It might have been nice if there had just been the photo to tell us there was twins and other details. And not as much. We didn't really need to use leaps of logic to figure out where to go. We just followed all of our leads that branched out until we got all our information. Let's see what Jonathan says. And the original feels a bit more like an improvised crime, like he followed his brother, murdered him, then maybe happened upon the cane and came up with the full idea. But I guess he had put him in an icebox to change the time of death, so it wasn't improvised. Remember that it was nice that the brother has been going out for like years. So the brother probably knows all the places he goes, all the friends he has. Jonathan says, I think the main issue I would have is that in both versions is that you can just go to Goldfire's house from the beginning, and even if the carriage would direct you there very early if you went to carriage early. But the carriage was fun. Yes, so we're both in agreement that like you could have, if you had looked up Goldfire, like I thought I did, luckily I didn't find it, you would go to 82 WC, like as your first clue, and all of a sudden you'd see he has beautiful couple with 2 sons, the attic, something in the attic, the bars have been removed, the books are there. You would immediately on your first clue realize it's a twin brother. So we got lucky in that we first discovered the cab. That made it very fun to find that location. And I think if you were making a 3rd edition of this, you would remove a bunch of clues. You would not let the players find that house until they found the cab schedule, and maybe you could try to even hide it more than that. Maybe you could have the cab going from a bunch of places near there, and then you'd have the players figure out that it was that place. I'm not sure. And there was a bunch of places like that, whether it was the family or the side story. We got too much confirmation we didn't need. And maybe a little bit, maybe something a little bit more about suspecting the wife of William Bellamy instead of William Bellamy himself. I mean, we were told he's a coward, but maybe the wife would just bully him into doing it. It's a little more I think it's a far-fetched that the way they explain it is that William Bellamy says, no, I'm not going to help you. So he does it alone, and then the wife follows him. That doesn't make that much sense to me. How would she know how to follow him? That doesn't make sense. It makes much more sense that he did it to help him, and then either he hit him on the back of the head, or maybe they came home to the William Bellamy household, and then the wife hit him. Something might have needed to be tweaked a little bit there, but it wasn't important. It was a side story, and we got it. And I do think it was a fun side story with lots of details, like the body, the robbery, connecting the 2 stories in the paper, then tracking that down. Don't go visit Sherlock Holmes. He just gives away. Jonathan says, what did you think of this experience of looking at the 2 editions while playing the case? I thought it was actually quite fascinating to see how they improved the case. And I would be interested in doing it again. I think maybe like for this time, we read everything. We read both introductions, and we read both endings, and we read both full newspapers. And I think maybe if we played the other cases and do it, maybe we would just skim those looking for differences. Like stick with our main case, the new case, and just skim either during breaks or in front of the camera, but not try to read everything. Like I was interested in seeing how much of the text changed, but I think maybe if we did it again, we don't need to see how the text changes. We can see that they're different. We could just focus on what has changed in the mystery. Now, let me ask you, Jonathan, did you detect any qualitative difference, any stylistic difference in the writing? Because I didn't. I wouldn't, if you showed me both sets of writing, it did seem like maybe the new case simplified a little bit, like cut cut out stuff that was just for flavor and maybe simplified some sentences. As you pointed out in the older case, the lecture by the doctor went into much more detail. That just seems like the translator was like, we don't need this. It's too much work to translate this. So I think in that sense, if I were choosing, I think they improved the mystery, but they didn't need to change any of the text other than relating to this mystery. Like simplifying, shortening the lecture was not needed. Changing the names was certainly not needed. All of that stuff was not needed. There were a couple of sentences that they simplified because it used some interesting terminology. Jonathan says, it felt to me like the reprint tried a little extra hard to have more error-appropriate terminology. Interesting. Yeah, like there were a couple in the new one. In the old one, there are a couple places where there are some ethnic slurs. The guy said the hospital is full of mix, and they fixed that. It's hard to tell how much of that was purposefully to eliminate that, or how much of it was just that when you translate from English to French, those slang terms get gotten rid of to make sense in French, and then when you translate back, they don't come back. So I'm not sure how much of it was on purpose and how much of it was just the side effect of translating to French and then back to English. But the translation was fine. It was all serviceable. It didn't jump out to me as one being better or worse. I didn't feel like we missed too much flavor and style in the new version. But fun and a reasonable case. Quite a reasonable case with some fun aspects. Not super challenging. And we could have solved it quite a bit earlier, but enjoyable. Jonathan says, the voice felt a little even heightened Victorian in the reprint compared to the original. Interesting. I don't know. I didn't quite pick up on that, but you may very well be right. You would agree with me about this, Jonathan, that if someone said to you, I have both versions, which should I play? It wouldn't be hard to recommend you play the new version, right? I mean, that's a fairly clear decision, at least for this case. When you weigh the benefits of having this improved case, clearly you should play the new version. The improvement to the mystery of the case is well worth any sacrifice to minor things. Play the new case, no reason to visit Sherlock Holmes, no need for any of the new allies. You would agree with that, Jonathan? It was a clever improvement. It was a small improvement to the details of the case, but did improve it. And it was pretty clever. I like the Demented Brothers' clever solution. It's sort of a psychologically makes sense and seems satisfying that you would frame your brother, make him look crazy, and end up being able to kill your brother and the guy who helped lock you up. Quite good. All right, I would play more of these. Enjoyable. Loved the cab ride stuff. Jonathan, a pleasure. I hope Anna comes back and joins us soon. 7 hours. Well, we dragged this one out, but we did get it done in time. Jonathan, I'll see you for the next case. We'll decide whether we want to play another West End Adventure or take a break, do some Ellery Queen. Hopefully we'll have our play-by-mail stuff soon. Any final last words, Jonathan, before I sign off here? Jonathan's final words were, "It was fun." Okay, I agree. It was fun. See you next time.